session of the West Newbury Select Board, June 28th at 7:10 p.m. Got a few announcements to start. So the meeting is being broadcast on local cable TV and recorded for rebroadcast on local cable and on the internet. The meeting is also accessible by remote participation. For anybody who's watching this on television, wants to go to the Zoom meeting, the Zoom phone number is 646-558-8656. The meeting ID is 930-0314-2222, and the passcode is 253106. Okay, first item in regular business is a report on changes to the open meeting law following rescission of COVID-19 emergency declaration.
You have a memo in your packet from Mike McCarron. Mike, I forgot the comments.
Sure. Basically, is that with the new legislation, Chapter 20 of the Acts of 2021, the legislature and the governor signed in June 16th, is that a committee can conduct meetings just as they used to do before, in person. Since the in-person restrictions for indoor meetings have been lifted, that means that the meetings can be open to the public and they can attend. Alternatively, they also have extended the permission for boards to meet remotely, which a quorum of the board is not present in one place, provided that sufficient telecommunication access is available to the public to hear the meetings. As I think the words of the statute is that to provide adequate alternative means of public access that provides transparency and permits timely and effective public access to the deliberations of the board. A third possibility is that you can kind of do a hybrid, which is somewhat what you're doing right now, is that you can have a remote access, but also allow in-person people at the same time. It can be a little difficult doing that, only because you got to kind of do two tasks at once. But it certainly is permitted in my estimation. They haven't addressed that particularly, but it would seem that if you provide both in-person and say telecommunication access, that would be okay. You could have always, as we did before, provide telecommunication, TV, cable, Zoom, internet access to individual, to the public, anyways, for your meeting. So right now, it's up to the different boards, and you could also still have the circumstance where you could have in-person meetings with less than a quorum of the board participating remotely. Basically just a regular meeting, but as they had before. We had remote access before, but the limitation was that a quorum of the board had to be present in person, that the person who chaired the committee had to be in person, and that the people who are participating remotely would be, had effective means of communication to both hear and be heard during the deliberations.
Great, thank you. Before we move on to the next regular item, I actually forgot, there's the West Newbury Community Bandstand Summer Concert Series is starting next Friday, July 1st. Yeah, I'm sorry, next Thursday, July 1st. Got the date wrong today. Okay. So the schedule is should be shown on the town website. Rather than I read it off here, just go have fun, listen to some music.
So that is every Thursday, 6:30 to 8 at the bandstand, rain or shine.
for the next,
From
for the next,
July 1st through August 19th.
for the next 8 Thursdays.
So Mike, your recommendation is either fully open or fully remote?
I think that's easier for people. I mean, obviously, I think like this circumstance, it seems to work, but I know other committees have struggled a little bit with try to do both. So for those who are less technically proficient, you might want to just have it, do one.
Yeah.
As you have been doing. But you have to commit right now until April 1st, 2022, they have permission to do the remote that they had been doing previously.
Yeah, it sounds like the planning board tried to do the hybrid, and it was tough.
Anne came dialed in by phone, by Leah's phone, and she had to. Yeah, it was too much. So if we do get a system developed down here, other boards could use it with project
Yes.
planning.
Yeah, as you know from prior discussions, our IT, or I should say our AV vendor is working to scope out what types of investments would need to be made to improve the hybrid situation. We think it'll involve more mics, more distributive mics, all feeding into some kind of box to then get it back into the laptop. One of the challenges is, it's important to get the sound piped into the laptop for the Zoom platform, but the sound still has to get into the sound port for the home live video recording. So that's one of the many complications. So once we have a system, or once we know what it will cost, we decide if we want to do that. And once this room is built out for that, by all means, we're happy to run trainings and have anyone use it when it's available. But I think if it becomes a long-term thing, we have to assess our staffing, because it obviously takes my time and attention away from the proceedings to monitor this tech side. And I think a lot of people appreciate what we're doing, but we also get complaints after virtually every meeting about the quality of the sound of the video, and we're doing the best we can. But I will say 100 times, it's not designed for hybrid. So, once we have, a room with 20 or 30 people speaking, how's that all going to get to the viewer at home to where they can hear everything? It's going to be increasingly challenging the more people we have in person.
Yep. Okay. Okay, so we have a joint meeting with the Board of Library Trustees regarding the appointment of Laura Collins. And I see Fred is there. I see Laura is watching. Hi, Laura. Fred, did you have something to say for openers?
Sure. First off, I want to make the point that we have Tom and Marcia with us. So together with the 3 select board members at your end, we have a quorum for the special joint meeting. And second is that the trustees voted unanimously to recommend to the board that you appoint Laura for the remainder of the term that Wendy Reed vacated because she was elected as a select board member. And we understand, and she understands that tenure will last until the next election, at which time, if she decides to run for election, she would run for the remainder of that term. And I'm not sure exactly how many years that is. It might be 1, it might be 2, but anyway, we really are excited to have Laura join us, and we recommend her highly to the select board for appointment.
Great. Thanks, Fred. Wendy, do you recall how long
I thought it was 2022.
Okay. So, yeah, so that would be till next year would be the regular election anyway for that position. Great. Laura, did you have anything that you'd like to say?
I've lived in West Newbury since 2015. I have two small children. We use the library a lot. I'm really looking forward to potentially representing the perspective of a young parent of small children on the Board of Trustees, and I'm really excited to serve the town in this way. Thank you for considering my application.
Great, thanks. Any other questions?
No, I move to appoint Laura Collins for the open position on the Board of Library Trustees.
Second. All in favor? Aye.
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 Paul?
Yeah.
Okay. Parker, aye.
Reed, aye.
Archibald, aye.
Shananya, aye.
Marcia Telesmore, aye.
Tom Salvo, aye.
Thank you.
Just so you know, is that your term was till 2023.
Oh, okay.
So next year, there'll be the regular 3-year terms and one one-year term.
Did you hear that, Laura?
Can you repeat that? The term is until 2023 or 2022?
It will end in 2023.
Okay.
And then there'll be a 1-year term spot open for
Okay.
which you will have to be nominated. You get your nomination papers and the like and be on the ballot for.
Excellent.
I think
Thank you.
Yeah,
You said it wrong.
Yeah, the term would end, the full term would end 2023, but at the next election in 2022, you would need to run for the open,
For the 1 year.
for the remaining 1 year of that position. And then after that, it's on.
Or you
on
could
the
run
regular
for the
cycle.
other one.
Right, that's true, yeah, you could run for one of the other ones too.
Understood. Thank you for clarifying.
Thanks. Okay, and Fred, was that it?
Yeah, just so Laura, you'll be contacted by the town clerk's office to see about getting sworn in, and you'll be provided information on the open meeting law and the state ethics training requirement.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Fred, seeing as you're already up, you had a report for the tree committee?
Yeah, as long as I was here, I wanted to mention just 3 things very quickly to the select board members and to Angus. First off, as you know, we had a community-wide survey that we put forth electronically and in hard copy to find out what the town would like us to prioritize. There were other questions, but that was one of the main things, to make sure we had a handle on the main concerns of the town. We had, I can't remember the number, but it was well in excess of 100 replies. And we're in the process of sorting through the replies and doing our analysis of what the information that we got means for us. And we will put that together over the summer, and we will report to the select board and also make the results public as well at the appropriate time. The second thing is something that we're starting, and I'll call it an experiment, but that's treating it a little more lightly than I think it deserves, and we're very excited about it. One of the, as you know, Rita Wolmering is on the agenda to be appointed as a full voting member, and she came up with the idea of creating a tree nursery that would basically gather seeds from West Newbury native trees, raise the seedlings, and then distribute them to the town residents for planting. Planting the seedlings or saplings. And she's gung-ho on it, and she's got a great start, and we're all working together. And there'll be a lot more information on that. It's really is in the very early stages of the experiment, if you will. So I just wanted to give you a heads up that that's coming along. And the third thing is on July 10th, Saturday, at 8 a.m., We've changed the time to start at 8 a.m. In case it's very hot. The tree committee is sponsoring a tree walk. We'll meet at the Mill Pond parking lot at 8 a.m. on July 10th, and everybody's invited. Bring a guidebook and binoculars if you wish, and it'll take about an hour and a half. It'll be very easy. We'll be walking on well-traveled paths. We're not going to be clomping through woods. So I just wanted to mention that as well. And that's it.
Great, thank you. Sure.
Fred? I have a question on the status of the emerald ash borer in town, especially if we're considering, developing seedlings and distributing them. Is your committee working on that issue, or do you have any comments on where we stand with that?
Well, as you may recall, we had I'll tell you exactly what's going on. Oh, we had a community-wide conference call last year in August with some experts. And basically, at this point, there is no easy to apply broad scale remediation or prevention measures that can be offered sort of on a town-wide basis. The natural history of this particular pest is such that it is much more insidious and hard to detect in its early infestation stages than, say, the gypsy moth, or something that you can use aerial sprays, for example, or you can find egg masses to remove. And so the emerald ash borer is a significant problem. It's going to result in a lot of dieback. And I have calls in to the state person who's in charge of forest health to talk with her about whether or not there's any news for municipalities like ours as to what we could do on a municipal basis or on a broader basis. Right now, the only thing that is feasible, if you will, is removing dead trees and injecting with broad spectrum insecticide special trees, because it's not cheap. So if you have 150 ash trees on your property, you can't save them all. In all likelihood, you probably have to pick the key ones that you want to keep. So the picture's not great. And once I hear back from, and we have all this information on our website, but I'm happy to help the board in any way that we can think about what our options are. And as I said, I have a call into the state person to see if there's any news on it. And I will mention one last thing. There is a hope for some biocontrols, like some kind of a parasitic wasp, for example, that could be released. That is strictly in the experimental research stage, and it's not available for distribution at all. So I wish I could give you a better picture, but unfortunately I cannot.
Okay, well, you're on top of it then.
Yes.
Great, thank you.
Fred, another quick question regarding the tree nursery. Where I'm sure you'll be updating us at some point in time, as you proceed with that. But where was there somewhere in particular that was contemplated to be put?
Oh, well, that's one of the issues. Right now, it's in Rita's backyard at the place that she's renting in flats. So we're going to be talking over the summertime about the logistics of this thing, and we'll of course come back to the board and tell you what we're thinking about. And because obviously you have to give the small seedlings a fairly significant amount of attention early on, and somebody's got to do that. We have to figure out who and so on.
Yeah. Okay. Great. Thank you. So we have the appointment of Rita Walmering, and is Rita?
She's not. She apologized tremendously, and she was going to have great difficulty being here. What I told her is that since she's already an associate member of the board, that she probably didn't need to attend tonight, and then I would be able to answer any questions that you had.
Does somebody want to make a motion?
Should we just do her with the whole slate of everybody else? Is she on? I don't remember. She's
I
on
don't.
that.
Not necessarily on the list.
All right,
She's on the slate.
Oh, she is, okay,
Yeah.
okay, so, yeah, we'll
On the up,
do
on
that.
the, yes,
Yeah.
yeah.
so Fred, we're gonna vote on a whole range of committees after.
Yeah.
And so we'll include her on that one.
Okay, I will be happy to wait around, no problem.
Great.
All right.
Well, actually, that's coming up.
We have a lot of people before us and more coming at 8, so we.
Yeah.
It might be after 8 before we get to the committee appointments, but.
Yeah, did you hear that, Fred?
Yeah.
Well-
Is not in question.
Right.
It's just a-
Well, may I be so bold as to say you could knock one off right now?
Yeah, we're trying to just consolidate things, Fred. It'll.
Okay.
We're gonna,
We could have done.
yeah, you're right. We could have done it by now, but, yeah. Okay, so, so we've got the approve the sale of the $1.1 million bond anticipation note for the water projects. And,
We do have Peter Fraser and Abby Jeffers of Hilltop are here remotely.
great. Hello.
Good evening.
Good evening.
So you have the form of the motion in front of you. This was sent out in a separate email on Friday night, so I do have a hard copy if you'd like it.
Sure.
But
Grab that.
that's it's lengthy, so I don't recommend reading it entirely.
Right.
You can refer to the copy that was circulated on Friday.
Okay, was the,
It was
this was exactly.
exactly.
I mean,
Yeah. Yes, that was prepared by the bond council.
yeah, okay, great.
Is it appropriate to just give a brief explanation?
Yeah, by all means. Yeah, that's part of why Abby and Peter are here.
Okay,
So, which I'm happy to set the stage.
sure.
So as I think everyone knows, the town's undertaking 2 major capital improvements to the water infrastructure. One's the Breakville water tank, and the other is the chemical treatment building to deal with the bedrock well out of the well field near the Newbury line. So both of those projects have been approved by prior votes of town meeting. When we went out to bid in the winter of 2019, the bids on both projects came in above budget. And the net or the combined shortfall was on the order of 1.1 million. So we went back to town meeting in April 2019 and got voter approval to issue an additional 1.1 million of debt with the stated purpose to support both projects, the chemical building and the water tank. So the advice of our financial advisors at Hilltop has been consistently, they've said 1.1 million in the grand scheme of things is not a lot of money to borrow. There are some transaction costs up front with bond counsel, as well as annual costs, as well as impacts on staff time. Anytime you do a separate borrow, there's separate disclosures, separate reporting. And so their advice right along, and Peter and Abby, I'll just paraphrase, you can jump in when I'm done if I get it wrong, but the town's interest would be better served if the second borrowing was coming down the road, not too far after, to combine the amounts, because at a larger amount, you get both the transaction costs are going to be similar and spread over a larger amount, but also you'll probably get favorable interest rates at a larger borrowing than a smaller one. So we have kept them fully in the loop on the Soldiers and Sailors building, where we have 1.25 million in authorized borrowing. So you combine those, and it's about 3.35, which would be better for a long-term borrowing than a 20-year or 30-year bond at 1.1 and a 20 or 30-year at 1.25. So for that reason, because the Soldiers and Sailors we haven't been ready to go out to bid because the design and permitting has been underway. The strategy for now, the last 18 to 24 months has been do short-term borrowing for the water projects for the 1.1 million. That's the bond anticipation notes that you have in front of you tonight and that were issued last year, right around this time. And then once the Soldier and Sailors project is ready for long-term borrowing, to then do a single larger bond issue, permanent financing, use those proceeds to pay off the bond anticipation notes for the short-term borrowing. So until that happens, we're basically an annual cycle of reissuing the bond anticipation notes every year. So based on the timing of the Soldier and Sailors project, which we hope is going to be complete potentially this calendar year, but certainly next spring, I think it's very likely, or I guess I should say we hope that a year from now we would be coming back looking to borrow 2.35, give or take. Well, hey, it wouldn't be more than that. It could be less, depending on how the costs come in with Soldier and Sailors. And until that time, the approach is to do short-term borrowing through the bond anticipation notes or bands that basically are one-year financing instruments. I don't know, Peter, Abby, do you want to supplement or correct anything I've said?
Abby, do you want to take a crack at that?
Sure. No, everything Angus has said is right on point. I do want to mention, though, your bond anticipation note issue received a net interest cost of 0.409, so it's less than 0.5%. So to borrow it and try to aggregate other projects together, it's really one of the lowest interest rates. If you look back a year ago when the town borrowed, you borrowed at a 0.729%. So it's really just a great way, an efficient way to aggregate multiple projects together, as Angus mentioned, and it's more cost effective to enter the bond market rather than the note market, because bonds have additional costs that aren't associated with notes. And under Mass General Law, you are allowed to issue bond anticipation notes for up to 10 years. So I believe the original issue date was back in January of 2020. So we have had some, we still have plenty of time to reevaluate as more projects come down the road to see how can we work all these projects together and make them a most efficient bond issue.
I just, for either of you, with possible inflation, would you consider that doing this a year from now, that the interest rate we might get on a muni bond at that point would be really costing us a lot of money, or you anticipate that things might go up but not very much?
Yeah, we don't have a crystal ball, but by the same token, what we're hearing from the Fed is that they're anticipating interest rate hikes in 2023. So I think we're sort of the consensus view is that we're going to be in a low interest rate environment for a while. And although I think we're all sensitive to rates potentially going up, I think they would have to go up a considerable amount to make up for the additional issuance costs associated with doing two separate bond issues.
Okay.
So I think you're asking exactly the right question. Nobody knows definitively where rates are going to be, but I think the plan that we've worked with the town sort of makes the most sense for what we do know.
Great, thank you.
Sure.
I guess we just vote. Yeah, I've got to make a motion, but I'm not going to read this whole thing. So I move that we approve the sale of $1.1 million bond anticipation note for water projects as just discussed, and pursuant to this two-page or page-and-a-half motion that I have, which I won't read in its entirety. Yes, it's dated June 28th, 2021. don't know if I need to say anything more, other than referring to the document, which
Yeah,
will be
I think
signed.
just, yeah, Peter or Abby, if you can just summarize the results of the interest rate that was awarded, the other bids that were received, and just the process that you go through on recommending Piper Sandler and Company.
Sure. What the board is considering is perfectly okay to essentially make a vote by reference. Obviously, we want the bond council's form of vote that you have in front of you entered into the minutes. But essentially what happened was on June 23rd, 2021, which was last week, the town went out to the public markets to offer $1.1 million for this water tank project. You had 4 bidders. Piper Sandler was the winner at a coupon rate of 1.5% plus a premium of $12,000 and $12,001. The net interest cost on that was 0.409. And the other 3 bids ranged from 0.4573 to 0.6. So I think if the board wishes to make a motion that they accept the results as written on the accompanying page that you've got there and approve the sale.
15 of our packet.
I think it's just,
The bid results.
okay.
Yeah. And I do want to make sure that there was a second. I'm not sure I heard. Okay, great. All right, thanks. We got someone from home who didn't hear.
Okay. Good. There was a second. Good. Okay, well, is there any discussion? All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Parker, aye.
Great, thank you very much. We do have, before you guys leave tonight or early tomorrow morning, whatever the case may be, I do have some signature. They don't need to be sent out tomorrow, so if it really is late, we can get signatures later, but we have everything cleaned up.
Okay, yeah, we should get it done today though before
Why
we
don't
go.
you just pass it and do it
I don't want to distract
now?
you.
Okay.
That's all in order.
Okay. So next is discussion of the.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks a lot.
Thank you very much. Congratulations.
Yeah, have a good night.
Bye-bye.
Thanks for your help. So we'll have discussion of the Chapter 61A, right of first refusal for the Graff property at the corner of Middle Street and Kimball Road. And yeah, this is a difficult discussion, or will be, maybe. It's a beautiful piece of property and is currently set up to be divided into 3 building lots. The town has a right of first refusal because it's been in the Chapter 61A program. And the sale price for the 3 lots is $1.105 million. I know we have a number of abutters here, and I'm sure that you'd like to weigh in on this. So, is there anybody who? First, Kurt?
Yeah. Hi. Yeah.
Hi.
So this mic here is what's picking up and it's directed this, so I think if you stand
Over here?
over there, it
Somewhere
should be
in this
fine.
neighborhood? Is that?
Yeah, just say something and maybe someone from
Yeah.
home can tell us.
Can you hear me clearly? Anybody?
Everyone's-
Yes.
Yes. we can.
Okay, great. So yeah, I'm Kurt Holtz from 150 Middle Street, and here with a number of other folks. When the property was offered, or when the potential for it to be offered initially came out about a year or so ago, we took an interest in it. You know, it's one of the reasons that we moved to the address we're at right now, adjacent to it. You know, frankly, we used to live in Georgetown, and I'd ride my bicycle around, and it was Middle Street was one of the picturesque routes that I took as someone from out of town, and happened to be riding by when they were putting a for sale sign in at 150 Middle Street, and screeched to a halt, talked to the realtor. We made an offer the next day on the property, and you know, we've been in town for 26 years, you know, for that reason. And you know, over the years, I've run into the woman at Costco doing memberships who parks her car on Middle Street and walks from that location down through the town, and you know, enjoys what West Newbury has to offer, you know, from her home in Danvers, you know. So, and bicyclists come by, people walk, you know, we hear folks walking by constantly all day, good weather and bad, from all over town. You know, so it's one of the features in town that is iconic, and you know, people know it. If I refer to it, the field, people know what I'm talking about. So you know, that's something that we have here in town, and there's, you know, so much of it. So you know, this is something we have an interest because we live right next door to it. So you know, we jumped in and started a Facebook page and got a couple hundred people immediately jumping on and interested in the subject. You know, it'd be wonderful if they were all here around the meeting, but you know, it's something that a lot of people have taken an interest in and been concerned about. And you know, so we pursued how we could maybe preserve it as open space. It was on the Open Space Committee's list of desirable properties, and in the study that they did in 2016, it was identified as, you know, a property of interest. So we pursued it a little bit, and you know, what we came up against was the sticker price. 1.1 million, a lot of money, and the Open Space Committee had been successful in buying larger acreages based on, you know, in some cases the largesse of the property owners taking a financial interest in the town, essentially by giving it at a discount, and in some cases the property couldn't be developed as 3 attractive house lots. You know, in those cases, the acreage they could purchase for 200,000, 300,000, what have you, was a lot more than 4 or 5 acres for $1 million. So the sticker price thing, but look at the value the townspeople get for this money in terms of a shared common day-to-day experience. I think it makes up for some of that sticker price because it's a compelling feature that we can all see. And I submitted a presentation that Wendy shared, I guess, with the rest of the board, that talked about sort of what we have available in this category in town that's easily accessible and you know, has the characteristics of open field, scenic view, that sort of thing. And you know, that's very limited. Those properties that are like that are dwindling in town. And you know, my biased opinion is this is the most attractive of all of them, but there's only a handful left. So it feels to me like it's something that we should step up and do. We've talked to Greenbelt and town boards, and you know, it's always come back to, well, it doesn't fit the model. But I propose that there needs to be a different model for at least 1 or 2 or few of properties like this. So you know, that's sort of my pitch. In terms of paying for it, you know, there's the potential for fundraising some money. The opinion that we got from Greenbelt was that, you know, best case, you're looking at raising something like the amount that was raised for Brown Spring, best case, you know. That may be true. And then that would leave, you know, still close to $1 million for the town to come up with. So perhaps it's some combination of bond and against CPA funds and current CPA funds to pay for it. So that's sort of what we're thinking. Thanks.
Thanks.
Angus, did we only get responses from the 3 boards that you included?
Yeah, just for the record, so we did hear back from the planning board and the open space committee and from the Board of Assessors. And so each of their responses is in the select board's meeting packet tonight.
Are you aware of those?
I am not.
Okay, so the planning board voted to not recommend right of first refusal. The Board of Assessors decided not to vote. They declined to vote, and the Open Space Committee also voted to decline right, or to, you know, suggested that we decline right of first refusal.
And you know, I think in each of those cases, everybody agrees with what you said about it being an iconic view, and you just an iconic feel, not just an iconic view, but it's a, you know, it's a beautiful spot with unique features, both visually and habitat wise. And everybody agrees that there's an extraordinarily high price tag. And you know, that's where in the responses we got, that's where things stumble. And
Also not contiguous.
that's true. Yeah, it was a contiguous with other you know, protected parcels of open space. You know, one of the things that the town has been trying to do, and you know, driven largely by the Open Space Committee, is that if we can connect, you know, from an ecological standpoint, if we can connect pieces of open space, individual parcels to comprise the largest area possible, then we retain more habitat, and you know, that does good things from an ecological standpoint. Yeah, so that's a good point, Archie. That was one of the other things that was pointed out. But
I think another concern I have is that they broke up the parcel. So a 13-acre parcel entirely protected would have been different than just the front roadside parcels, because that back part in 61A could also be sold and developed, and we'd have 3, you know, that nice field, but then houses behind it. So that's concerning.
That's a restriction.
I thought it was just chapter 61.
Restriction of the. Yeah. So it can't be.
And in addition to that, there's sort of just so that people can hear. Can you somebody come up this way? It's not us. It's the people. Yeah.
So in addition to restriction on the property behind the other portion of the original Graff property, there's unbuildable wetland that's adjacent to it that reaches back behind our home, behind the other homes on Ash Street, and also there's sort of a valley that goes back behind Near and reaches all the way back along Kimball, below all the properties. If you go down to Kimball, you can look down and there's like a glen below, which is unbuildable portion of all of those adjoining properties that reaches all the way back to the power lines, which is a wildlife corridor. And that's why when you go along Middle Street, you see all of the wildlife emerging from there, coming along the stone wall, following basically the route that the hunt takes, going back through there. And you know, and that then they work their way along through the Cook property and Evergreen Farm and back into the wildlife state wildlife zone. So there is sort of a natural corridor, whether it's already established as conservation land or not. It does exist, in fact, and a lot of it, in fact, even through the Cook is unbuildable. There's the stream that runs out under Middle Street and back towards the wetlands. You know, so that's all connected.
When you were referring to a CR, yeah, I'm curious about that because do you know who holds that or?
I don't know about anything.
It's not listed in the open space plan.
Yeah, I don't know. That wasn't my point.
Yeah.
Check the registry of deeds, and there's no permanent preservation restriction, it is as you said, it's 61 days.
Yeah.
Yes.
I just would like to also just say a few things about it.
You just identify yourself for the record.
Lisa Forbush on Holmes, 150 Middle Street. I think that this is an opportunity that the town has. That I would be very sad if it was lost. I think that the land, so many people have expressed regret about it possibly being developed. And I understand that sort of, you know, you want to look at bang for your buck. It's hard to think about 5.20 acres versus some of the other purchases that we've made, which is more like 50 acres and for less money. But my way of looking at it is the average person in town, when you look at that survey that was referenced in the slideshow, the average person in town, what's important to them is the feeling of a rural community. And even though I think it's wonderful that we're saving these large parcels of land, and I understand drawdown and I understand sequestration, I'm in that business myself, but I worry that we will lose the people. And I worry that some of these decisions are not representative because the average person in town doesn't go out and hike in those places. I mean, I'm an avid hiker. I hike all over the world. I can probably say 5 times I've actually gone out and hiked in some of these areas that have been purchased in the last 15 years. What I do is I walk on the roads and I bike on the roads. And I think that's what most people do. And also drive on the roads going back and forth from work. And what we love to see is that, and that rural feeling, you know, the rolling roads and the hills and the open fields. And, you know, as we're driving home from work, that's what we see. And it makes us feel like, oh, we are still in this rural community. We are paying these taxes and we're actually, this is why we're here. This is why we live here. This is why we pay our high taxes. And I worry that if we continue to purchase, I should restate that, if we solely continue to purchase areas of land that are.
I'm sorry, I need you to speak up, or I'm getting
You
signals.
want me
to
to take the
people.
mask down?
That would be fine with us.
I'm vaccinated.
Yeah, okay.
Might help. If we solely continue to purchase land that is hidden away from people, and we don't seriously consider some of the very few spaces that are left along the main roads, Main Street, Middle Street. We just lost one on Garden Street last year. That people will be like, why am I paying this? What is it, 2 or 3% CPA tax? Like, why am I paying this? I'm not getting the benefit from it. You're already hearing that kind of stuff on Facebook pages. So in that way, to me, it doesn't feel representative doing something like this, even though the price is high. I think that for generations, people will drive by and be able to see it and be able to think, we still have fields, we still have a rural community that we live in. And there are some of them, but there are some of these spots, Mass Street has some. But they're going quickly and there aren't many left. And we don't know future-wise what will be available. Maybe they won't be filled. I don't know how many are in restriction right now or under agricultural restriction. So I think that's something to consider. I think we all need to think about that. And even if this doesn't happen, I think it's really important that we think about that for the future. I'm not saying that the purchases we've made, Coffin Street or any of these purchases weren't important. They are. But I think there has to be a balance. And I don't feel like there has been, maybe other than ground strength. I think you have to think about the average person in town. And I would also like to say, I do applaud and I'm thankful that the Graff family did leave any kind of restriction at all on the land and didn't try to make it into something more difficult to have to look at. So that's just my thought. That's my opposition.
Okay. Thank you, Lisa.
So I just have two comments. First, as Lisa said, I think sometimes the board needs to have a vision that maybe isn't fully realized yet. So you look at this piece of property and you think, well, it's a singular piece of property. It doesn't have any contiguous connections to any other trails. But I remember when I was in your position and that little brown house in the center of town was for sale. And it seemed like it's a little thing, but it was just like a perfect, if the town had purchased that, all kinds of other things could have happened in the town square. It would be a completely different place now. And instead, we passed on buying that little house and that opportunity was lost. So I think sometimes this board needs to take a leap of faith that maybe something in the future will happen with this property and pieces will start to fall in place. The Lovejoy property, the Cook property, near North, my property. There's some vision and some leap of faith that I hope you guys are willing to take in considering this property. And the other thing I would say is obviously the money is a big issue. But if you look at and calculate how much money we have spent on open space and preservation in these types of properties, and you throw in this overpriced in terms of what we're used to paying, we're used to getting a deal. That property in terms of, okay, we've saved money here, 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 and here, we got deals here, 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 and here. So maybe we bite the bullet and purchase this property. I don't know how you do that. I don't know. It's obviously an obstacle. Open space is not supporting it. We need the select board to go before CPC and advocate for it. It's an uphill battle, I agree, but I think there's some vision that I hope you guys can consider at least. Thanks.
Thanks.
Yeah, I think I have one more sort of point to sum it up. If you look at the opportunity to do this and say there's even if there were a dozen other places in town, and I don't think there are that fall under this sort of category. If you don't do this one, you're really saying that you're not going to do any of them. That this is just not a thing that you can do, and that we will not have any of these, because that's the going rate. That's what frontage costs in town. Attractive frontage is, it's a prime building lot or building lots, and you're looking at this kind of price tag. So, what you're doing at this point is sort of making the call as to whether this is viable for the town in any case at all. And, so I think that's something to consider. Are we giving up on this concept?
Yeah, understand. Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, well, I don't think we need to make a decision tonight. And we've got a lot of things, other things happening tonight that we have to take care of that sort of have to happen.
I think that's all we ask is just. for you to
Yeah,
think about
yeah,
it.
yeah.
Mike, do you want to just summarize where we are in the process with the effect of the governor's order and the 100?
The time frame,
I
yeah.
started checking on the 15th, right? Or after the
Right,
15th?
well, the legislation had extended the time for towns to act under their right of first refusal during the COVID period. So that ended, obviously, when the governor's state of emergency ended. So the 120-day time clock, commenced clicking on June 15th, which isn't that far from when we got it, because we got this, I think, in the last part of May.
Yeah, it gave us a couple weeks. Yeah.
Yeah, and so, but it's a 120-day clock, so you obviously, you have time to make a determination.
See, one thing I'd like to say, the town has and I'm not saying one way or the other, but the town has a lot of things that we like to do, a lot of things that we need to do. The board was discussing potentially purchasing a piece of land for a well field. I mean, the town needs water. The town needs some community lower income housing. We need to promote low income housing. So there's a lot of things. So I would like that if we've been doing a lot of things for protecting open space, but I would like the people that advocate for that in something like this to then say, well, yeah, and we like these other things too, but everyone has their lane. They don't want to get out of their lane, but we have to make a decision on we're in the breakdown lane, we're in the passing lane, we're in a lot of different lanes, and so there's people that have to look at the big picture. We're a very small town, and so think of $1 million is 6% would be 6% of the total entire town budget, and so that's a huge chunk. So we're aware of all of these things. I drive by that's on my way to work, so I go by it twice a day, every day, and love it every day. So yes, it would be horrendous to see that go, but these decisions are not easy. That's all I want to say. There's lots of interest that things that we have to put into consideration.
Yeah, everything's a trade-off. Everything we do in life is a trade-off, and so we're talking about some large dollar value trade-offs right now, and we can't do them all, and so we have to figure out which can we do, which do we do, what do we preclude ourselves from being able to do later if we use up all of our resources now. So your points are all compelling and it all makes perfect sense, and but we're not going to finish this tonight. Yeah, Kurt.
Can I make one point in terms of the trade-off? I think
Just be sure to, just so people at home can hear.
I think when we consider trade-offs, just to narrow the focus on trade-offs in the realm of CPA, that would be the the one area that I absolutely hear you, and I want all these things for our town too, and schools and public safety and all these things. I was at a town meeting and spoke in favor of money for the Middle Street Bridge. So I hear 100% that consideration of all the different lanes and concerns that you folks have to balance. But I do want to keep the focus when we're weighing this against things, that what we're weighing it against are other possible uses of CPA funding and that sort of thing.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thanks.
Lisa, I also take your point about not only focusing on trail properties. I think that's an important point. So I just want to acknowledge that. There's all kinds of open space and all different values in it. So if part of the population feels like they're not being heard, that's troubling.
Yeah, and, and also, admittedly, if this field is, losing this field is a trend towards suburbanization, we have this concept of open space or open views, and this is iconic, and if we lose it, then we've given up something.
So where there were mailed notices of tonight's meeting, I would suggest that if you continue tonight, that you do it to a date certain, whether that's the
Okay.
next meeting or later, it's up to you, but just make sure you set a date
Okay,
when it will.
okay.
So can we do the second meeting?
Yeah, we should do the second meeting in July, because just so we're all here. Yeah. So we'll continue this until July 26th.
I don't think so. It's not a public hearing,
Okay.
but just where it was an advertised meeting.
You good with that?
When you're done with this topic.
Okay, good. We have somebody that's holding on it, and just so you know, in
We actually got a queue of.
we've got a queue of people holding. Yeah, we may have to grab.
We got a backup here.
Yeah. So if it's 30 seconds in.
It's completely unrelated to this topic. I'll wait till this-
Okay, great, good. I think we'll close this out for now until July 26th.
And thank you for your input and
Yeah.
your presentation. It's really well done.
Yeah.
Thanks for considering.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
so if we're done with this topic, I would just like to ask if this is Mr. McCarron's last meeting. Is this accurate?
No,
No,
When is his last meeting?
2 more.
maybe more, maybe more,
Yeah, and we might even have some specials just for him.
just for him.
Well, I would just like to take, since I'm here, I'd just like to take this opportunity to thank you for doing such a fabulous job
Thank you.
all these years on behalf of the whole
Great.
town. I'm so old to speak the whole town. Thank you.
We have to come back. We can do this now.
Okay, so I know KP Law is online, right?
Well, Robin's on, Tim, I told him I'd text him, but
Okay.
I know we have at least one town employee interested in item G. We've got Brad Dorr here.
Z?
G.
We need to know about the growth.
We've got Brad here on item I. And then, of course, we got the KP proposal as well.
Okay,
And we have the
And we
committee reappointment.
do.
right, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so the item G is the town protocols.
It's up to
Do you
you,
wanna-
what order. I just,
Yeah, I think we're gonna have to play with the order a little bit in
Yeah.
order to, I don't want to see anybody wait, but unfortunately, that's impossible to not happen. Well, okay, we can take care of the committee appointments in a minute, because what we're gonna do is approve to the,
sure.
No, but do that afterwards.
Yeah,
There's
that
no
would
one
be the
waiting
one I
for
would-
that.
okay, I wasn't sure, well, Fred is still
Well,
away, but that's okay.
Don't worry about that.
Okay.
Committee appointments, yeah.
Okay. Who's waiting for item J? I see Wayne.
I'm waiting, geez, I didn't ask.
Okay,
Well, Annie was on, actually, Annie was on the meeting. It looks like
Okay.
she's not on. Right. Oh, actually, maybe she's watching.
Well, but I thought in the meeting room masks were not required. It's just the hallways.
Correct.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so. Maybe that needs to be.
I can vouch for
clarified.
Wayne, he is vaccinated, he sat right next to me. And he didn't cry.
Not related.
okay, well, we'll move on to item G then, the review of the town building access protocols.
Yep.
Okay. And, currently, masks are required in common spaces and in people's individual workspaces. They are able to unmask. And, we had agreed that we would come back and reevaluate that. At this point, there was a survey sent out to town staff. And I believe there were 5 responses, people who said that they would be more comfortable if mask wearing continued. There were 3 people who responded that they would prefer, if I remember right,
It just
Angus.
says they're okay with not wearing.
Okay, they're okay with not wearing masks,
Yeah.
and then there were 4 people who said they were fine either way. So, you know, based on that and then our good judgment, where do we go?
I think based on that feedback, we should leave it as is. I think in this case, we should cater to the people that have the most concerns.
Yeah.
As a matter of respect.
Yeah.
Because they're dealing with the public and don't know who's vaccinated.
Yeah.
Maybe we can revisit in a month.
Yeah, that would probably be the thing to do that. We should probably do it every month until it's done.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear what Wendy was saying because I have something to say on behalf of the library.
Sorry, I said that based on the response from the employees, there wasn't an overwhelming desire to get rid of the mask, and in fact, it was tending towards maintaining the current masking requirements. And so that I feel like we should err in the favor of being more conservative out of respect for our employees.
And my question is, did that survey include the library staff?
No, this was just for the town buildings. Or, I'm
Okay.
sorry, the
Town office building.
Yeah.
The reason why I ask is because the issue came up at the last library board meeting, and there seems to be a different sentiment, if you will, in the library staff, which I can't speak for absolutely everyone, but it seemed as though they were willing to not have a mask requirement. And then there was discussion about whether there should be special considerations for the children's room because of the issue of children not being vaccinated under a given age. And so we deferred action until we heard what the select board was going to do tonight. And then at our next meeting, probably an ad hoc meeting, we'll want to consider what to do with the library.
Where you have an opinion?
I got thrown for a loop Friday reading what the WHO said about, this was admittedly one person, one bureaucrat in the WHO, but from what's happened with the variant, I guess the Delta variant, yeah, and if you read what's happened in Israel, a lot of people have become that have been vaccinated have actually become sick, but not seriously. There's a difference between getting the common cold and needing to be on a intubation. So that kind of like I've been dealing with it, without no working from home from what I've been doing. So literally in everybody's face, and my staff is in everybody's face all day long. So I don't worry about it. But this particular report that happened literally on Friday kind of concerned me that okay, maybe we make a long story short, I don't see any reason to not. It's not a big issue to have people wear masks in the corridors. That's the way it is.
Okay. Based on that, I'll make a motion that we continue to require masks in open space and common spaces. Sorry.
You're mixing your items.
In common spaces.
On the trails.
Yeah.
Point of interest here. Is your motion limited to town offices and does not include the library?
Correct, that's what's on the agenda tonight, yes.
Okay, well, we try to march in alignment with the select board and town offices. And we're not interested or anxious to go a different way necessarily just because your motion doesn't extend to us, but so we'll have to see what the library board and what the library staff would like to do. So I'm just alerting you that we may have some nuance, some slight difference, or maybe some differences in our approach, but it's premature to say that that's definitely going to happen. So.
Okay, so, thanks, Fred. Do we have a second? Second? Yeah,
We did.
we
Yeah.
did, we did. Yeah, okay. All in favor? Aye.
I didn't hear as part of your motion, or maybe I didn't hear it, to revisit it in a certain amount of time? In 1 month. Okay,
Yeah,
good.
so we could talk about that in the discussion, but I
Yep,
didn't
just
include
wanted to
it.
make sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
So at our, once again, at our July 26th meeting, we're already loading up that agenda.
All right, good. Thank you.
Should we go back to acid just so we don't lose it? Or is there a reason?
Brad's here.
Yeah.
All right, no rush.
You shouldn't have said that.
Well, I don't want to be like, Z, but I figure I'm getting pretty close.
We're going to a second part of the, we're
We
going
got
to double A.
Yeah. There's even less than Z.
All right, we're just gonna do this in one. Did you say there was a?
Yeah,
There was just one thing on the supplement that was sent out earlier today. I did notice that the.
Lots of the dates where it says 3 years
Correct.
are incorrect.
Yeah, that's, anyhow, there.
Yeah.
So I would say for what you have in front of you, for the following individuals, I would recommend changing the date of appointment through 6/30/2024. And if you're in agreement with everything I provide, then you could move it as revised tonight. So that's for the Council on Aging, 2 appointments, Jacqueline Johnston and Lori Spielvogel. For Jim Sparalakis on the FinCom. For the 2 appointments to Open Space Committee, Jess Azanaro and Marlene Switzer, and 1 appointment to the. One appointment to the tree.
Yeah, that's what I was just looking at here, but.
I can pass this over.
And what about the harbor committee? That's also
Harbor
3
Committee,
years?
that is already says for 3 years, for 2024. So that's correct in the spreadsheet, at least in the
Okay,
one that was sent today.
All right.
So, and let me just pass that down so you all can make sure you know what it is that's in front of you, because there was the
Yeah, I
version.
saw
Okay, well, I have the version that we sent out, but you were saying that, yeah, I see the.
The little
yeah,
colors when they're in
Yeah.
black and
I
white,
had
I
a
can't
header
tell.
on there that said term limits, and there's only one in all of these, it's the Cultural Council that by statute has term limits.
Yep.
So it really should be blank for everything but Cultural Council, but I think that the staff person misinterpreted that, and so that accounts. For,
Okay.
I assume that accounts for what some of
So this will become part of the record of this meeting.
Yeah, as revised.
Right, as revised with red marker here.
Correct.
Okay, so, so referencing this document, I move that we appoint and reappoint committee members. And I'll just list the committees: Cable Advisory Committee, Climate Change Resiliency Committee, Council on Aging, Energy and Sustainability Committee, Finance Committee, Harbor Committee, Library Board of Trustees, Open Space Committee, River Access Committee, Tree Committee, Veterans Grave Officer, and the West Newbury rep to the Board of the Eastern District Veterans Affairs. Discussion? Any details there?
I'm good.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
So
Thanks,
Mark,
Angus.
that's approved. And Fred, just for your information, that did include the appointment of Rita Wolmering to a 3-year appointment as a full member of the tree committee. So,
Yeah, that's great. Thank you, Angus.
Thanks, Fred.
Okay, so that's not everybody, right? Or it is?
was everybody that was left after last.
Yeah,
It is,
Yeah.
that's all?
Yeah.
Okay.
yeah. Although we're still short on, what, 2 people, I think, on the FinCom?
I believe we're short a member of the Comcom.
Yeah.
We are short,
Or it'll be 2 people as of
It's-
July
it will be-
15th.
So
Yeah.
the people listening, so the Conservation Commission, so they may
Yes.
not even know what
yeah, Conservation.
Yeah, it sounds like a Russian movie.
So the point is that there, for those listening and who might be interested in serving on a town committee, there will be, as of July 1st, there will be 1 opening on the Finance Committee, and as of July 15th, there will be another opening on the Finance Committee, so.
The
there will-
Finance Committee is so much fun.
Correct.
I used to have hair before I was on that committee. It was so much fun.
That wasn't a selling point. And then there is 1 opening on the Conservation Commission. So if anybody hears this and would like to serve, please, submit your interest on the town website to the town manager.
I do, as I look at the comprehensive list, I do see a couple of people due for reappointment that we have not heard from. So I do
Okay.
think we will be back here in 2 weeks.
Okay,
Filling in a couple of blanks, but we've made a lot of progress.
with any luck, we'll have 2 new people for the FinCom and 1 for the Con.
That will be excellent.
I'm an optimist.
The Finance Committee, you can delve into the weeds of how much a copy paper costs, how much it's costing you on your taxes. You can really make a difference.
I don't think you're doing them any favors today. All right. Item I.
Yeah.
So what I want to know is, why am I being appointed to emergency management?
Oh, item H.
Just starts
It's
with-
automatic.
Yeah, it's automatic.
What does
That's
that mean?
H. Yeah, it's automatic. Yeah, but
Well, what does
maybe,
it mean?
That means if things really head south,
so if there's a hook,
When Seabrook is melting down, you're in trouble.
So this is like an actual group of people? Shouldn't I be trained if I'm responsible for this stuff?
so it should be a discussion.
All right, I just was surprised. to see my name there.
you ever taken CPR? No.
All right. So we just have to vote on this list?
Yeah, so,
Page 62.
yeah, page 62. And 63. There's a lot of people in the back of that. Yeah, so there is a listing in tonight's packet of personnel appointments, town personnel, and most of these people are town employees. There are some exceptions. But by department, these are the police department, dispatch, ADA coordinator, the multitude of hats that Michael McCarron wears currently.
Expiration.
DPW director, that's right. There is an expiration date though, right? Yeah, that's right. The expiration date for Michael McCarron will be the 7/31/2021 for the 7 positions on here for him. Chief Election Officer, Town Clerk, Town Council, Chief Procurement Officer, Records Access Officer, Ethics Liaison to the State, and the Sexual Harassment Grievance Officer. I'm not going to go through this in detail. So, and also for emergency management. Now, Angus, you had mentioned when we talked that it was particularly important with emergency management that this be noted. Should I note the names and dates?
No,
or can it be done
just
in
as long as
ag-
you reference the exhibit in here, but this is
Okay.
part of what we need to show as part of our, some
Okay.
of our grants. But to Wendy, to your earlier question, I meant it that tonight's not the night, but I think it'd be great, where there's been a lot of turnover, including myself, because we haven't had a complete presentation on this since I've been here, to invite, Leanne, Chief Dwyer, Paul in to talk about the bigger picture. At what point are these, activated? And what are the opportunities for training? Because there are, we game plan certain incident response command and those kinds of things. So I think that would be a great topic for a future meeting.
Yeah. Okay.
And just hope that nothing happens at Seabrook in the meantime.
Right.
And if it does,
Really good.
if it does, just remember, you can't drive over the Middle Creek Bridge.
You can bike across.
Yeah, and the last was emergency response coordinators. So, yeah, so this will be part of the record of this meeting for
Staff
any,
reappointments.
yeah, for staff reappointments. So I would, yeah. motion,
So
please.
moved.
Second.
Second, third, all in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Just try to get it going.
Yeah, good, thanks.
Hi, Brad.
Aye.
I'm sorry.
You're on, no, yes, okay.
Exactly what the right orientation is, but I'll put that right.
So the main thing, Brad, is just the audio is gonna be the main thing.
Yeah.
I can always pull up a map during
Yeah.
the discussion or a screen share.
So, Brad Dorr, 17 River Road. I'm the chairperson of the Harbor Committee. Quiet, little known committee. We like that. But we're here today because over the past, let's say, year and a half, probably, when we first started talking about this pre-COVID, we started doing some work looking at, kind of what our responsibilities were as the Harbor Committee. There hasn't been a lot of work that I think historically the Harbor Committee has done, because we really don't, interestingly, even though when you think about West Newbury, and if you think about the Groveland, West Newbury line somewhere here, and somewhere around here, between us and Newburyport, there's a fairly good swath of river, right, that's within our community. But we don't, as a town, really have a lot of access. We only really have a couple of different access points, and none of them are very well developed, and sometimes that's a good thing. We have an access point over by the high school. We have an access point right by the Rocks Village Bridge, where that it's actually through the state where that ramp is. That's been improved a little bit. We won't talk about that too much. And then we also have the ability to access that over by Indian River. And so, as a person who lives on River Road and someone who spends an awful lot of time on the water, I started thinking about that a little bit, and that's how I got involved. And then we were thinking about, well, how do people, if you don't live on the river, how would you access, this resource? Because it's a fairly important resource when you think about it in terms of West Newbury. And it's really hard for people to go and get access to that. And then over time, started seeing more and more people starting to use the river, seeing more docks that have been put in, and I think that's all good, so long as they're done properly. And then started thinking about, well, what about, a mooring field? Because there's lots of towns that have mooring fields. In fact, most that have a water resource actually do. Salisbury does. Pretty sure Groveland does. Newburyport does. Amesbury doesn't, but Amesbury is a more active ramp situation. And Merrimack doesn't actually do anything. So we said, well, all of a sudden we started seeing more and more just moorings just popping up with no real rhyme or reason to it. So I started thinking about that. And it's like there's nothing really that we're aware of that says, here's kind of what the governance should be for that. If you own, my understanding, right, is, and Mike and I, we've talked about this, if you own a piece of property on the river, you are by right allowed to go and so long as you go through the permitting process, put in a mooring, put in a dock. You have to go through Concom and all the different, requirements, but everybody else in town doesn't have access to that. Yeah, there's a number of moorings that have been starting just to kind of pop up with no real rhyme or reason. So what we thought about was maybe if we could start to, as growth continues, start to put some boundaries on that and make that a little bit more formalized, so it just doesn't happen to be, all over the place. So when we first looked at this, we looked at, what are some of the locations that we could go and access the river? What would be the best location? And ultimately, this area over by the parcel that was picked up, it was actually discussed tonight, I forget what we call it.
Riverbend,
Pardon?
Riverbend.
Behind Page School down to
Yeah,
the
yeah,
river, right? So we own that parcel as town land, and that actually happens to be just a little bit to the left of this pin. You know, one of the widest areas on the river. It's relatively shallow in there, but probably deep enough, right, to be able to go and put some moorings in there. And so we went through and we funded through the Harbor Committee an initial study, okay, to go and do through GZA. It was pretty active in this field. They do a lot of work for a number of different communities, is to go and see, you know, what some potential layouts would be. And so we asked them to go and lay that out, and they came up with a number of different options. Some of them were very large. We weren't very keen on that, but to be able to go and if you were to put in moorings, right, obviously, since the tide moves, you have to be able to allow the boat to be able to swing, and you don't want the two boats to clash. So you start having all of these circles. And then depending upon the size of the boat and all of that, you can get, you know, as many as you want to put in there. So we opted actually for the smallest of the options that they reviewed to provide some potential form of access. So we studied that and, you know, came up with, you know, looking at the different spots, we're able to go and pick what we thought was probably the smallest, most conservative one that would meet our needs, which is to promote some type of opportunity for people to go and access the river. It's on a town parcel. It's kind of the widest area in the river outside of the channel, right, that's there that you have to stay out of. And so we thought that this would be like a reasonable opportunity to go and maybe start to promote this. And then the next step would be to go and actually do the bathorific survey to go and make sure that all of the depths that are in here actually comport back to, you know, some of the data that's being provided by, I think it's through the Army Corps of Engineers, but you really need to do that field work to be able to verify that any of this is even viable or feasible. So what we're here today to talk to you about is, and we were like a year ago, I think was when this first came up, is to go and see if the town would be willing to go and fund the second phase, which is really broken into the study part to go and do that field work to verify the depths and everything to validate this. And then depending upon how that all works out, then to start actually getting into the permitting steps and getting into the public notification. Because without that, you know, we're really talking about something that we don't have all of the facts. So we wanted to get all of that straight to know what we could and couldn't do. And so for that, right, I think the amount that I initially presented via an email a long time ago was somewhere around $26,500 based on the proposal that we received from GZA. And some of that's for the study and then some of that's for the permit. So obviously if the field work and the study didn't pan out, you wouldn't go to that next step. And so one of the other things, right, in terms of the Harbor Committee, one of the things we're kind of self-funding. And over time, right, because through dock permits and mooring permits, that money comes in and it's intended to be reused to go and, you know, fund things that the Harbor Committee does. Over time, I think historically that money had all just kind of been pushed back over to the town. More recently, we've actually started to go and keep that money. Correct me if I go off base here, I guess, but I think I'm on the right path. More recently, we've said, well, now that we've actually got a little bit more purpose and a little bit of direction of what we're trying to do, we actually would like to keep that money, right? So that we can start to do some of these things that the Harbor Committee is supposed to do, this being one of the projects that we're looking at. And, you know, so this project here, if you think about it, right, to go and do the field work and then to go and do the permitting process all the way to do it would get you to the point where the next step would be to go and buy, if everybody approved it, the concrete blocks and the tackle and all of that. And I think the amount for that is $50,000, right, to be able to go and implement. I think that's actually conservative. I did a little research. I think it could be done more cost effectively than that. But even if that were the case. So at the end of the day, right, that money, and then there's an operations and maintenance cost for this, but over time, all of that could be funded through the revenue that we generate as the Harbor Committee. Right now, we're in a little bit of a deficit situation because historically we've given all the town, or the town has acquired all of our funding from the past. So we're looking to go and see if we can get this part funded, make sure that it's viable. And then I think that what our plan would be through our revenue, right, that's generated through the dock and mooring fees, is to be able to go and essentially self-fund this over time, right? And I think in the end, it accomplishes a couple of pretty important tasks, okay, or goals. One of those is to have, growth on the river controlled in a safe and responsible manner. This area actually also across the river here is Davy Jones Marina. There's a couple of people that actually have houseboats out here. It's actually pretty cool. I have a mooring that I've had here for a number of years. I don't have anything on it, but I just use it to go to. And then there's a number of other ones that have just started to kind of pop up. As recently as Sunday when I was out there, somebody came up on a jet ski. It's like, how do you get these things, right? So I think over time, it's probably in the interest of the town to be able to go and control that so that it can be managed rather than just indiscriminate, people throwing moorings down there, which is kind of currently the case that we have right now.
Can an individual who doesn't own property on the river,
Pardon?
can an individual who does not own property on the river put a mooring in?
Currently that's the case.
From all towns, not just.
Right, from
That's correct.
anybody can put any mooring in anywhere, essentially, as long as it's not in the channel.
Yeah, it's a little unclear to me exactly what the formal thing is, but that's practice right now. Right, and so this would kind of take that and create a little bit more formal structure to it. I would anticipate, even with the number that we have here, we have 13 proposed moorings, and then 7, right, that would just be kind of in flux, could be for transient, could be for expansion. I imagine those would fill up pretty quick, right? Even if the people that were there just took them, that would be like half of the spots, and so then there would be a waiting list, just like there are in other towns, to be able to go and get on those.
So this, Brad, it just I have moorings in Rockport, and so we actually, the boat owner, I pay the diver and they fix my mooring. I fix my mooring. The town actually doesn't. I have to get 50-year waiting list to get a mooring, but when you get a mooring, it's your baby, and you have to maintain it.
So that's a model.
So that's a model. Just so you know that there are models where the town is not responsible for the chain or anything. But maybe in the beginning, it's not a bad idea.
Well, it would seem that the risk of that is that if somebody, what is the standard? And if somebody does something that's substandard, what's the risk to other roads and what's?
Well, doesn't the harbor master still have to sign off and inspect it, even if it's?
No, you are responsible for making sure that it is inspected annually, and you would, if your boat, the shackle came undone or whatever, and your boat crashed into somebody else, it's that's your liability. But the town gives you the permit. We pay a rental to have a mooring, but then just to actually even have it. But then, like I say, you're responsible for the anchor or the chain or the whatever. Just so some towns are different. That's all.
You are correct. And there's a couple different models. That's one of them. The other one's really is that the town does it, maintains it, for that service, right? The town's able to go and, ask for a higher value, but they in terms of the fee. But the intent here, right, is we're not trying to go and make money per se, like it's really just to try and self-fund.
So Brad, I have one question about the design. So you've got like 40 footers and 30 footers. What about individuals that somebody that wants a 13-foot Boston whaler or something? So 40 footer, that sounds like a big boat for that section of the river.
You don't have to have that big of a boat, right? It's just it's big enough.
It will accommodate
to
it. Okay.
Right, so you could have your, 13-foot, super sport there, right? And you could put it on one of those and it would be just fine.
Oh, okay, all right.
Yeah, so we're not making any distinction. It's, we'll have to work through the process, how you go about it. Whether that's lottery, whether it's first come, first serve. There's people there that have been doing that for a number of years, whether or not they're grandfathered or how does that all work? But we're not even at that point yet.
Right.
We're just at the point where it's like, let's get the facts together.
Can you do it?
Can you do it? And if you can, then we'll start to work out that's kind of the next step, which is the process. And I think, look, Roger and Holly Colvin live right here, right next to it. And I haven't reached out to them because I don't know, but I intend to, right? Because they're the neighbor that's next door, right? And then there's some people that are over here on the edge of, Wade River Road. And I'm sure that they're gonna have.
So how do people that don't have their own dock, how are they getting out to these independent moorings?
So that's a good question. We'd love to be able to have access, like town access to that.
Right.
And that's not currently being.
No, but how are they doing it even now?
They're either just coming from dumping something in or, and just driving their dinghy up, right? From like Amesbury or.
Wow, that's a lot of work.
Some people do it, but if you don't have it, right, then and you want it, those are your alternatives. But people right now are going and working out an arrangement with Davy Jones and, being able to just go across the river.
Okay.
Rick, can I give KP like a 10-minute or what do you think is?
Yeah,
I do think there's at least one specific question I want to get to. I just want to let them know, like, are we talking 5 minutes? 10 minutes?
Why don't we, so it's 8:46. How about if we shoot for 9 o'clock? That leaves.
Okay.
Is your clock wrong? on the computer there?
Yes.
It's 9, okay.
Yeah.
So,
Great, thank
is
you.
this actually town property? Can we restrict non-residents from this? How does that work legally?
So I think as a town lawyer, we can probably do whatever we want.
I mean, in terms of the people that are already there that are not from West Newbury.
Well, it would be a town mooring field, but
Does the town have?
our thought is like for the people that have been doing it for a long time, probably grandfather. There's 2 people there. One of them is from West Newbury,
Okay,
one that's not. Right. But if you look at other towns, just like, Archie was saying, right, there's lots of examples of people who don't live in the town, right, that have access to the mooring fields.
Yeah, I just feel like, as you pointed out in the beginning, the river access is a huge issue for the town. And, I would hate to create something like this and still not have it be accessible to residents.
Well, yeah, there's always a question of, for the one person that's there right now, right, who I know, right, I mean, you know them too, right? So, they've been doing it for a number of years, whether we would make a determination to grandfather that one person and then say everybody in a town, but that's a bridge, right, that we discuss when we get to that point in the process.
So have you talked to anybody from the River Access Committee to make sure their goals and ideas are in alignment with this?
So not formally, but it is something that we want to do. I think that there was some informal discussion pre-COVID about this. And I think that, it was kind of positive, but we would have to go and reach out to, I think, all the interested, committees, right, open space as well. Because I think there is some opportunities, all right, to be able to go and in a good and appropriate way, right, make this resource more viable. But then, you also start
What's
thinking
this
about
like right here, Brad?
Pardon me?
That's what you're talking about. What's that topography of the shore right there?
It's pretty shallow, and then it shelves off, probably the low water mark is actually, you can't see it here, but it's this blue line, right here. So you want everything needs to be outside of that. So there's actually some room probably to scooch that back a little bit towards the shore. These are the 2 boats that we're talking about, that the houseboats that are there all the time.
No, but I mean, in terms of someone wants to get a dinghy or a kayak or something to get out to their boat, can you do it in that area?
You can do it through on Indian River, right? You could. But then there's a whole host of issues, right, that I think, lots of people in open space and Concom,
Yeah.
all of those folks would, have to weigh in. So we're not proposing that at all right now.
No, but I'm just saying if it's an area that is, I think, yeah, I like the whole idea. I'm just thinking if it's an environmentally, ecologically really sensitive area, then we're wasting our time if we want to put them there and there's no way to actually get to them there.
Yeah, it
From the
seems to
water,
me.
right? You're only be able to get there from the water.
We're not proposing right now that there's access right through Indian River, right? Right now, the access is here. People are making their own arrangements and it seems to be working. So.
Yeah, but that's for a fewer numbers, much smaller number of boats, right?
But would that be dicey to row across when the tide is really going out big time? Is that a?
Well, first of all, right, most of the time when you're talking about putting your boat on a mooring, right, you're not going to be rowing.
You're going to dinghy.
You're going to have a dinghy. It's going to have a motor on it.
Oh, okay.
Right, and all of that. So these boats, right, they're there all the time. And then they have a little tender, right, that they're going to do. So it's not like they're taking up a ton of space at other places. But it's a valid question that's out there. And, we don't have, as a town, a lot of access to do it. There was, at one point, a discussion that I think was still conceived. We didn't have anything to do with it, right, about, really expanding this area. I know Wendy knows it because it's right next door over where the current state-owned property is for the ramp. Right. And that was set up as a fairly significant effort to go and do that. That's only the only real logical place that the town owns where you could do something. But that's not on the table right now. We're just sticking to very basic proposal, which is at this point in time, find out. One, right, the harbor committee voted on it to go and say, yes, we think this is good. Probably not the most ideal situation because you would have ideal access right adjacent to it. But we think that it's workable and we think it accomplishes two goals. Being able to be able to control and manage growth, right, on the river in terms of people indiscriminately just popping down moorings, which is currently the situation, right? And then being able to provide people access to the river as a resource, which they don't currently have unless you live on the river. So those are our goals, right? We have a fairly targeted mission and, that's why we're in front of you tonight.
I had one question.
Yeah.
How, I assume, part of the O&M, how would this impact, the harbor master agreement we have? Because that would be more monitoring, I'm assuming, what people are doing there, or is that?
So right now, like our monitoring agreement, I actually was out there this weekend and I saw our monitoring fellow going up the river and he, went by everything. And then actually I saw Amesbury over here, where the big sandbar is now, right? And they were actually flagging people that were coming through because there's an area across from Davy Jones that said there's no wake. So part of this actually right now is within that no wake zone. As a separate discussion, right? And usually there's another marker that goes a little bit farther out. There was a discussion that was promoted by one of our associate members on our committee about extending that all the way past the sandbar, but we're not picking that up at the current time. It's a balance, right? Because there's a lot of people that are all the way up there that are trying to get out to the ocean, and they have to go, and it takes a lot of time to get all the way out to the ocean when you have to go through Amesbury and Newbury Port and all of that. So there's a balance. So that's not something that we're making decisions on either at this point in time, in terms of any of that extension. So all of that still where it was. So what we're here tonight is to ask again to see, right, if that Board of Selectmen would be willing to fund that. I don't know exactly what the vehicle is.
Well, and that's the question I alluded to earlier. That's exactly why I wanted, part of why, we wanted this on for tonight is with the CPC deadline pending for the fall. If there was an interest to fund it, and if that was the vehicle, someone needed to move pretty quickly to put a CPC proposal together if it was for the fall.
Under recreation?
Yeah.
Okay,
I think that's a great idea.
I think it's good.
Yeah, I guess I have, back to access to it. I just, sort of basic concerns about how many people now are going to be, pirating spots along a somewhat vulnerable shoreline in places, to slip whatever, could be just a canoe, but, say at the,
Rick, I don't know if you know that area right there.
I do a little bit.
Yeah,
Yeah, and there's a couple access points that I know people put in it. There's one, if you go down, you got to walk the boat down, but I don't know if there's.
You got to walk the boat down to the bridge,
Yeah.
right? And then you've got to go in, right? But you're not going through here or anything like that. If you were to go and do that, but you wouldn't be walking it through the marsh.
No, I know that, but there is, I put a kayak in down, you take the, you go down to the bottom of, way to the river. I haven't done it for years, but you could put a kayak in there. And I'm not suggesting that that's an access point. I guess what I'm concerned about is, because there isn't a good access here, what's it gonna cause people to pirate? Or maybe Davy Jones sets up a tender business.
Maybe, I don't know, but I mean, they could do
Yeah.
that. They could carry a boat down and go out the Indian River right now if they wanted to.
Yeah, and where I guess my point was that we should be sure we're not encouraging, because ecologically, that's probably not a good thing. That it's a somewhat sensitive area.
Yeah.
And, one or two people do it, it's no big deal, but 20 people a day do it, it changes.
And so, right, agreed. And so that's why one of the things, if this does become a viable opportunity, we do want to have the discussions with them. And then if that's a no-go, then make it a no-go.
Yeah.
Right? And, you have the ability to control that because, you're the keeper of the castle in terms of allowing those moorings to be, rented effectively through the town.
So would it be the harbor committee or the harbor master that would monitor it? I guess that's what I was trying to get at. Who's responsible for making sure people comply with the whatever rules and regulations are set now?
In my opinion, we would want to expand the role of a harbor master, whether that continues to be through Salisbury or whether we revert to a different model. Already it's a strain because right now, some of that goes through my office and we're not equipped to be expanding our role in that.
Right.
So I think for the service we get now, I think we're well served by Salisbury, but if we expanded this, and Brad's been clear on that right along, there would be a lot that would need to be thought through.
Most towns, it's the harbor master. It
Yeah.
deals with moorings completely.
Yeah.
And you feel like that could be self-funded at some point?
I do, right, because I think, we should look at the fee structure. I mean, it's pretty reasonable right now, and I think reasonable is good,
Like
right?
free, right?
It's $50, right? So I think this is, a much more valuable, opportunity for people to pay more than $50 for that opportunity, right? And I think, that's something that we would review, but yeah, I definitely think, there's not a ton of things that happen there, right? Just like Archie said, right? Once you go and set it up, every few years, you have to go and change that out. It's not a huge expense. You're not changing up the blocks, just changing up the path.
Yeah. So back to how timing and would this be funded with CPC? And yeah, there's a July 6th deadline for CPC proposals. And is that realistic for? Is anybody prepared to jump through that set of hoops?
I think
It's just a statement of interest, right? Or is it a full proposal?
Well, as you know, the deadline is a pretty new concept, and with the last cycle, they did accept a application for eligibility, not a full application, as sufficient to check that box.
Okay.
So, which is a very low bar to clear.
And I think that's a good opportunity. I think it's a good opportunity for CPC to do some things that are outside of, open space, which I fully support, as you know, but, there. But I also don't think that necessarily needs to be limited to the only vehicle that you guys should think about. I think we should try it, but if for whatever reason that doesn't work, and we want to have the support of the Board of Selectmen, or the Select Board rather, to go and, approach them. But again, we self-fund, and we have historically, taken our money and given it to the town, so.
So Brad, I know that the boat registration fees have to go towards the, those kind of things. But what about, what's the rule on like are mooring fees, are they considered
That all goes into
50% also
So
is
50% of the
dedicated, or no? That's just the
50% of
boat
boat
registration
boat
fees?
excess, yeah.
Right,
And then
exactly.
mooring
Excess
also
fees.
goes into a dedicated account.
But mooring fees go into a dedicated
Yeah.
account also?
Yep.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah, and just, we've cleaned that up a lot in the couple of years I've been here. There were a number of years where that
So
was
is
not
there
happening.
is it a revolving account?
No, it's a static account. It carries over from year to year. It's not a revolving fund. It's kind of like that.
Oh, in other words,
What
use it or lose it account.
No, it stays in there year to year.
It's our little piggy bank.
So
Okay.
how much is in the piggy bank
I don't have a current balance, but I know it's in the low 20s, 22 to 24,000.
Okay.
After this study or before?
After the study that was already funded
We
last
funded
summer.
the first phase,
Yeah.
right? And so this is a little bit bigger,
Yeah.
right? We think it's in the general town interest. And we don't want to completely,
Draw
take
it.
all of our money out, because we do fund the ongoing expense associated with having the Salisbury,
That's right.
folks come up and do their thing. And, and then historically, we've taken all of our money and given it to the town.
Yeah. So we should, I guess, we need to move on, I guess. So we need to somehow close this.
And my suggestion would be if, Brad, on your own initiative, you can certainly apply for the eligibility.
Yeah.
I can tell you it's very easy.
I can do
And
that.
And then maybe come back before the board, say, in a couple of weeks or a month, to flesh out, and because you don't need to, you don't need to take a vote tonight to support it.
Right.
As a harbor committee, you can put in your.
We can, but
You
I
want
think-
their support, I'm just saying.
we'd like to read the tea leaves with the select board here, because I think that, a vote of confidence from you goes a long ways in helping, right, the CDC.
Oh, I mean, Brad, we could do a straw poll.
Yes.
And what I'm hearing on either side of me, and I think everybody thinks it's a good idea, and in general terms, there are definitely nuances that need to be figured out. So,
Right.
I mean, doing it as a straw poll.
Yeah, I think it's a good idea.
Yeah.
I think the permitting may be challenging.
And it may be,
Yeah.
but the first step there is to go and, find out what is viable.
Yeah.
right? Because if it's not, I'm not looking to waste my time, right? I have my stuff. Hey, this is to go and control, like I said.
Organization, letting it just go freehand is gonna be a nightmare. Ultimately.
It's coming, because I, in the past 5 years, we've seen significant amount of more of this start.
It's gonna be the Wild West.
So that's it. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
I will.
Hey, Brad, quick question. When's your next meeting?
It's not scheduled. I don't know.
It'd be great to get the whole committee together to,
Yeah.
respond.
Yeah, I'd kind of love to sit in it. I mean, when you schedule me.
I will make sure that when we do that, when we get the whole band together here, we'll do it. It's tough to get this band together.
Yeah, okay.
Okay?
Great. Thanks.
So thank you. Have a great evening.
Yeah, you too. Thanks a lot.
Yeah.
Okay, so we will now discuss a proposal from KP Law to provide general counsel services effective July 30th, 2021.
So we're joined tonight remotely by Tim Zessen, Robin Stein. Tim is proposed as kind of the primary attorney that would manage this contract. Robin is proposed as the land use counsel. And then we're also joined by Jonathan Silverstein, who's a managing partner within the firm. So you have the written proposal in front of you, and for those watching from home who haven't heard the news yet, the triggering event for all of this is Mike.
Thanks, Brad.
Yeah, thank you.
Mike McCarron has fairly recently announced his pending retirement as of the end of July. And so we've invited a proposal from KP Law, which has been providing labor counsel services to us for the last couple of years and helped out with some other matters that Mike was conflicted. And so we have a proposal in front of us to provide general counsel services as of the date of Mike's retirement.
Great.
I don't know, I'll turn it over to the chair.
Yeah, good. Well, yeah, thanks for your patience waiting. And I guess you got to see part of what's in action here at this point. Yeah, I mean, KP covers a pretty comprehensive range of municipal law, and you know, I can't, having read through your proposal, I can't think of anything that we do that you don't cover, and with a fair amount of depth.
Can you guys hear?
We can. Yep, we can hear you guys. Yeah.
Great. And I know that you currently represent a number of communities. I think it was a couple of hundred different communities across the Commonwealth. I don't remember the exact number, but it was I think more than half of the communities in the Commonwealth. I guess I'm wondering, does that ever, do you ever end up in situations where communities have competing interests, and you represent both communities?
Sure. I can jump in and speak to that briefly. This is Jonathan Silverstein. So that certainly does happen from time to time. I will say that more often than not, the conflicts or the competing interests between communities relate to, for instance, business terms in a proposed intramunicipal agreement. And if, usually the business terms are negotiated by the communities, and then we're engaged to memorialize the terms once they're finally agreed upon. And there's sort of an economy of scale and a benefit to the communities of having one law firm that they can split the cost of memorializing those terms instead of two law firms. But there certainly are rare occasions when there are competing interests between two communities, and ethically we don't feel we can represent either if it comes to an actual legal dispute. I can count on one hand the number of times that's happened with all the communities we represent in the 26 years that I've worked at KP Law. But it does happen from time to time, and we have lawyers, good municipal lawyers who we trust and who we've dealt with for many years, who we refer clients to on the rare occasions that happens. And that happens to any lawyer from time to time. There's a conflict between more than one client, and that's the way you deal with it. And I will say that where we do so little private sector representation, the potential conflicts that arise out of representing private clients against municipalities is much more frequent. And so the fact that we don't do a lot of that really minimizes that risk. And the rare occasions when that does happen, clients have always been happy with the relationships we have with other municipal lawyers who are willing to step in and handle those matters when it does happen.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Maybe just where especially for those watching from home who haven't worked with KP, do you want to just maybe give an overview of your approach to this particular contract, and I guess especially moving from in-house counsel to contracted counsel, I guess how would you replicate or approach the level of service that town's accustomed to in terms of access to Mike? Just walking across the hall. Maybe Tim, as the proposed lead, if you could speak to that.
Yeah, sure, Angus, and thank you very much for having us and inviting this proposal. As you know, I've worked with Angus and the board for the last couple of years on some personnel and labor and employment matters, and it's been an honor working with the board up to this point, as well as Attorney McCarron. And I hope he has a good and enjoyable retirement from here on out. But the way we're structured as a firm is I will be serving as the lead attorney, assuming we enter into an agreement, and Attorney Robin Stein, who's also on the call this evening, will serve as sort of a backup. I, as a general matter, I'll be specializing in the same matters I've been helping the town in up to this point, general municipal matters, as well as labor and employment, personnel, HR related matters that come up. And Attorney Stein will be dealing with a lot of the land use and more real estate type questions that arise. And we're certainly aware that the town has been very fortunate up to this point to have in-house counsel, and a very able in-house counsel in Attorney McCarron, and that this change to a outside counsel serving as town counsel will certainly be a significant change in the way that you obtain legal services. So obviously, we're not going to be in the building, can't walk across the hall, but Jonathan and Robin can both attest to the fact that our attorneys are available around the clock, and Angus and I have, regular conversations and email exchanges all hours of the day. So we sort of pride ourselves in that level of availability and service to the town. It won't just be myself and Robin and Attorney Silverstein. It will be there's a whole host of other attorneys who specialize in contracts, procurement issues, environmental, and other land use matters. So we currently have around 40 attorneys, and there'll be a group of us, not just Robin and I and Jonathan, but several others that will help in the more specialized and nuanced areas that come up. So I know that it's going to be a change, but I've both Jonathan and I have a good working relationship with the town manager, and I think that we can continue that with a few minor adjustments going forward to have a really healthy and productive and cost-effective relationship going forward.
Thank you. Anybody have any particular questions?
Yeah, I hope. Sure. Tim, hi. Do you mostly work with the smaller communities, or do you work with Lowell and Lawrence and Fall River, or just that's my question, how the firm works in that realm?
That's a good question. So we represent cities and towns. I believe it's about 150 cities and towns across the Commonwealth. And there's a number of smaller communities the size of West Newbury that we work with on a regular basis, serve as town council, labor council, special council. But we also represent a number of larger communities, cities throughout the state. I don't know the exact number and how sort of West Newbury ranks in there, but we certainly represent a good number of, I would say, smaller communities, for lack of a better term. And we sort of, I would sort of emphasize that we don't have sort of a one size fits all approach. So every community is different. They have their own unique characteristics and leadership and boards and elected and appointed officials. And we make sure to work to understand their goals and develop work with them on their own unique set of circumstances. And, so it's that is always our mindset, is to try to key in on what you're trying to accomplish and work closely with you guys to get there.
Okay.
I just wonder if you could comment on the cost effectiveness. I mean, I don't think we have any idea what this transition will cost the town, say on an annual basis. So I'm just wondering if you had any thoughts about, how we would look at that.
Yeah, maybe to piggyback on that, for other smaller communities, especially those maybe, I don't know, going into this type of relationship for the first time, any sense of like over the course of the first year, hours a week, or kind of, obviously we can't budget annualized, and you can't predict if we're going to get hit with some major lawsuit or six in the next 2 weeks, but orders of magnitude.
Yeah, sure. I can comment on that. And I don't want to punt on this, but it really does depend on the nature of the community, the litigation that's ongoing, and just the activity, or the how many times we're contacted. Obviously, we have towns the size of West Newbury who call us maybe just a handful of times a month, and their legal bills are not very sizable. On the other hand, we have similar sized towns that call us up multiple times a day on multiple different cases, and their legal bills can be significant. But I think it's worth emphasizing that we all see, everybody here, we see this as a long-term relationship. And we work very closely with all of our clients to make sure that they're comfortable with the amount that they're spending on legal services, and also they're able to control how much they're spending. So, and Angus has been very good about this in the matters that I've worked with him on both the personnel side and the litigation matters that we're handling, to make sure that he understands that when when he calls us and we start working on a response, he has a very clear understanding of whether this is going to be a 1-hour project or a 20-hour project. And we're very forthright about that. And frankly, Angus is very good about communicating that up front, whether the board, how much the town wants to spend on a particular matter, or whether this is a 10-minute conversation. And it really, it depends. But again, we see this as a long-term relationship. So I'm hesitant to give sort of hard and fast numbers about how this is going to translate to the town, and how that compares to the salary and the benefits that you've paid to Attorney McCarron over the years. You could certainly save money by this approach, by having outside counsel. But again, it depends. I don't want to overpromise something that really can't see in the future here. But I think with the right approach and a cautious and transparent approach, we can work to have a really cost-effective relationship going forward.
If I could just hop in and add quickly that one of the things that we think really helps with respect to cost containment is the fact that we really have in-house every area of municipal expertise, whether it's cable TV licensing, or labor and employment, or hardcore environmental, or bond counsel. We do everything that a municipality might need. So it really limits the need for outside counsel, which can be more expensive. And you get the benefit of the economy of scale, because there are very few issues in municipal law that we haven't dealt with. And if a new issue comes out, we're always at the forefront of really honing in on it, not on any particular client's dime, but really, learning it for the benefit of all of our clients and disseminating that information to all our clients. So, yeah, if there's major litigation, of course, that can get costly, but I do think that you'll find that shifting to using a firm like us as counsel isn't going to increase costs the way that you might think at first blush.
And just a brief example to piggyback off what Jonathan just stated. I mean, within the last year and a half, we've issued over a dozen COVID-related, pandemic-related e-updates that we send out to all the clients at no extra cost. And so that's sort of a built-in benefit of the relationship. And I think, obviously that's something that we pride ourselves as being the leaders and in understanding these issues before they really arise at the municipal level. And that's something you would get the benefit of.
Does anybody else have any other questions? We've talked about this, certainly, I guess, maybe not as a group, but with Angus individual, I think, up to this point. And, it seems to make a lot of sense. And we've experience working with Tim in particular, and that's all gone well. Speaking for myself, I've been really favorably impressed. So I guess we need to make a motion, and unless anybody has any other thoughts, questions.
I just have an internal question. What budget line item would this?
Well, so that's right now we do have this. It's called the special counsel. I think of it as outside counsel, but it's called special counsel, and we did budget that at a certain level for the current year. Obviously, a portion of Mike's compensation, well, all of his compensation is in the salary and wages line. So I think we need to see how things shake out. Obviously, we would expect to compensate a town clerk only somewhat less than a town clerk, town council. So depending on what rate we actually hire a new town clerk at, that can be expected to free up some amount of funds. I think a pretty significant amount of funds. We can't just use those for a contract because their budget is salary and wages. So we couldn't seek a line item transfer until May under statute. Depending on how quickly things move with hiring a town clerk, and once we know what that delta is of budgeted but unneeded funds, potentially, if that's in time, we could bring it to the fall town meeting to change the budget to move some of that from wages to expenses. That would be probably the cleanest way.
So if we did it that way, do we believe that we have sufficient funds in special counsel set aside for special counsel to take us to fall town meeting?
Definitely. Yeah, we budgeted special counsel, anticipating for the whole year. Obviously, before Mike was retiring, but I think we're fine. And as you've seen from the year to date, the billing's been very reasonable, especially compared to the level of service we receive.
Yeah. Okay, great.
And I will say, I've worked with a lot of, town councils over the years that one thing I commend KP on any number of issues of substance, but their billing is very transparent. It's very fair. There's a lot of, if I call Tim and it's a 10-minute call, we'll be billed for probably 8 minutes on it. Like it boggles my mind. Like, actually, I shouldn't say that with your boss on the line, Tim, but
it's all right. No, we do
like
strive.
it.
That is, I mean, again, I'm not just paying lip service here, but we do strive to develop this long-term relationship, and gouging a client on a bill is certainly not in your best interest, and I think long-term it obviously isn't in our best interest either. So, all the attorneys here are, stand up people and honest and very candid.
Robin, do you have anything particularly you want to add to the conversation?
Nothing specifically. I appreciate you taking the time to have us here tonight. I enjoyed the earlier part of your meeting. I had a chance to watch, and looking forward to getting a chance to work with you folks, hopefully.
So you're somewhat of a land use specialist, or it sounds like much what you do is relative to land use.
Yes.
Yeah. And would that generally involve, interactions with a planning board or with, or land acquisitions by a community, or where I'm trying to understand where your focus typically would be.
Sure. So a lot of what I do involves advising building inspectors, zoning boards, planning boards, the permitting development side of applications that are presented to the community. We also do trainings for boards and commissions. We work with conservation commissions. Sometimes that also may involve a board of health from time to time. We do have a group of attorneys in our office that are more strictly focused on real estate itself, as opposed to kind of the land use development permitting side of things. And so when land acquisition type questions come up, we often get those folks involved because they're really focused specifically on the real estate issues. But as Jonathan and Tim said, we have attorneys available to cover every aspect of what might come up for the town.
Thank you.
Of course.
I'll add on Robin's behalf, she's also an excellent land use litigator. Hopefully it's never an issue you have to worry about, but just knowing that from time to time those issues do come up, and I understand have come up for the town, you're in really solid hands with Robin. She's a very effective and experienced litigator in land use matters as well.
I hope to never have to take advantage of that capacity, but okay, I guess we want a motion and.
Sure. So as you know, under the Town Manager Act, the appointing authority for town council is the select board.
Correct.
So an appropriate motion would be to appoint KP Law to serve as general counsel. You could specify that any parameters on timing, and then I'd work with Mike to put together a contract on the basis of that direction.
Yeah. Okay.
So this would begin August 1st? Is that?
Or July 30th.
Well, you've appointed me to July 31st.
Okay.
So August 1st work.
Okay.
It's a Sunday.
We won't be doing much business then. Okay, so, well, I'll make the motion unless somebody else.
Go for it.
Yeah, okay, yeah, so I guess I move that we would appoint KP Law to act as the municipal counsel for West Newbury for the period beginning July or August 1st, slip there, August 1st, 2021 through the end of fiscal year FY22, which would be June 30th, 2022. Second. All in favor? Aye.
All right, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Hey, thanks.
We really look forward to it.
Trying to keep you waiting.
Thank
That's
you
all
all.
No
right.
problem at all.
Night,
Have a
guys.
wonderful evening.
Oh, good, we're almost halfway through.
So I assume it would be the same policy in terms of arranging to have counsel for boards and committees? It would go through you.
Well, that's gonna be an issue, that we'll need to resolve, because, as I think you all know, there's the town council bylaw, but there's also the select board policy, and the two are not totally aligned. So I think that's gonna be a good topic for the next meeting, to find out, what's the right balance between the access and, ability to have, management of the contract for the financial terms. Different towns handle it different ways. I can elaborate when we get into that.
Okay. Yeah, that's something that's been lurking out there to be cleaned up for a while. So.
Well, we keep trying to clean it up and it won't get cleaned up.
Yeah, I think it would be critical now to get it cleaned.
Yeah. Okay, so the next item is the potential of the extension of the learning tree lease, or update on that.
Is that, Wayne, is that what you're here for?
But no, not really.
Well, yeah, actually, yeah.
Can we skip ahead?
Yeah. What are your items, Wayne?
I'm like the next six, so.
Oh.
Keep going.
Okay.
Within the last X.
I know the bridge stuff for sure, and then maybe when that's done, we can jump to the mowing and then get Wayne that's up. I saw in your time sheet recently, he noted that he'd pulled an all-nighter with this, was that with a striping?
Yes.
Streets. So he's put in some miles.
Okay, well, I wish I could tell you we'll have you out here in 5 minutes, but. Okay, so, well, the learning tree lease. So it sounds like we have, Kelly has agreed that our supplying an electric mower and trimmer, string trimmer. And I just assume electric means just battery powered. Most likely.
I haven't figured out battery or plug.
Yeah, okay.
I haven't figured out either one yet.
Yeah.
The battery.
I'm sorry, if you could, just so the mic here.
I don't know if she's gonna want to deal with the battery part of it, so I might try to look for a plug-in one.
Yeah, okay.
So she just plug it in, it's always ready.
Yeah, okay.
If you don't use it enough.
Right.
You know, to charge it.
Yeah, then it doesn't work. Yeah, okay, all right. So in any event, sounds like Kelly has agreed that that she can take care of the small amount of mowing that's required for the yard, the play area. And
how big? I've been back there, but not recently. How big are we talking about? As big as this room?
It's stretches room out to make it like 8 feet wide, 9 feet wide and long. So it's probably a third the length of town hall. Town hall. It's really skinny. It goes into a triangle. It's really tough to mow if you try to do it with equipment, ride on equipment. It's definitely a nice little push thing.
Yeah.
Probably do it with weed whacker.
You could probably do it with weed whacker.
Okay.
So I had a question, Wayne, on the costs. Are those COVID costs or are those normal costs?
For the weed whackers?
No, for the 8,100 of operating costs.
So what was nice about that was just cost operating. Yet that's the past year that we had no use in that building. So it's really easy to calculate the cost because we weren't renting the building out or using it for anything over 12 months. So it's real costs. We have to heat the building in general. So I took like 30% out. And Brian and I went through a couple of just what it takes to keep the town hall open during the COVID. Nothing, no water use.
Yeah.
So those numbers are true numbers that cost us to operate the learning tree.
I guess my concern is if that in normal times is going to be a lot higher. I don't know if
it will go high. Well,
the lease is,
If their usage was less because of reduced enrollment or something.
I think her hours have been. Yeah, I mean, she had a quiet spring right when COVID started in March, but she figured back in the summer. But she's always been a 20-hour, 4-hour week of event. So I think it's high, but it's not really high because they're not there 8 hours a day for 5 days. It's like 4 or 5 hours a day for 4 days a week.
well, none of that, things like the heating cost isn't going to change based, for the winter. She has to keep the building.
Yeah, but she has to keep it at 83.
Right.
But this would be, all the costs would be attributed to that versus other things would be involved the cost would be up, but they wouldn't be attributed to them.
Well,
It's just there wasn't any other events going on.
no, but I mean, obviously, if she went 50 hours a week for a daycare, you'd have more electricity and more heat, but
Yeah.
I don't think she's going in that direction.
Yeah.
Right, so she was open during.
She was.
Okay.
Well, there was a
I just-
period she was shut down, but it was actually during the warm months.
Well, it was,
Well, it was
April,
actually
May,
yes,
April, May,
yeah,
June, she
right.
started to open sometime in the summer. But again, she's very limited.
Maybe like August or something, you know.
Her hours are really limited.
All right, so I just want to make sure that we're not, that it's worthwhile. I mean.
I totally agree. That's,
Okay.
you see my numbers, because it was
Yeah,
driving me crazy trying to figure out what the numbers were. So.
right. Yeah, and
So we're
I,
making $6,400 a year in profit. Is that, I mean, what is our intent in these buildings? Is it to make money, or is it just have the building used? Or is that beyond the scope of this?
yeah, well, it's good. I mean, my guess is that just having the building used has significant value. The other thing is that there is a service that's provided in town, and we don't know that all of our clients, we don't know that any of our clients are from West Newbury, but I'm guessing some number of our clients are from West Newbury, and that's, so in a way, we're indirectly ensuring that there's a service available for residents of West Newbury. And, there are people, daycare, I know is tough for people to find, and, so if this is a viable daycare option, and some residents of West Newbury benefit from it, at least from my perspective, I think that's a positive. But
I agree with that completely, yeah. Is it to make a killing? No, but I don't think we're losing money, and it's always better to have a building even used partially, because it's just another set of eyes that just having a building vacant is worse.
Right. And so, the proposal right now, or the agreement right now would be keeping the rent at the current level. And then the question is, what should the term be for the lease?
Has it been annually up until now?
I think last one was last lease was 2 years.
Oh.
I looked at the lease. I noticed that. I talked with Angus about it earlier today, and he had a good point about, I was thinking, well, would 3 make sense? And Angus had a good point that, we may see it appropriate to have an increase at some
I think
point.
that's too long.
Yeah. And I had forgotten, but I guess in the Children's Castle lease, we do have, an escalator, a percentage increase every year. So.
The other limitation is that by having it in a 2-year lease, we kept it underneath having to put it out to bid.
Yeah,
That's right too.
Right.
Yeah.
And the threshold for that was 30,000 or
Something like that,
Yeah.
35,000.
35.
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
Okay.
So, and right now, so the annual cost is about 1,200 a month, is that right? So it's about 14, well, it is 14,400 then.
And some change, 120744.
Okay.
So we just do 1 year?
Or do one,
I would
1 year or 2
I would
years?
suggest a 2-year, because, I don't think that you're gonna make any changes in the year if you're gonna do anything with it, so.
We don't want to deal with this.
Yeah, and another point, and I think I'm surmising, I'm guessing that, you're thinking that maybe it's, because you're wondering about the costs and
I
it
just
makes
wondering
sense.
what inflation,
Right,
what's gonna happen
right.
with the economy.
But in a way, I look at the fact that we're not gonna have to take care of the yard anymore. I mean, that's probably costing DPW a couple of grand a year, at least $1,000 a year, by the time you consider your time moving equipment and, the sort of opportunity cost of not having somebody available to do one of the other 1,000 jobs that have
And
to
the
be done.
level of service she needs for that is she's not
Yeah.
getting it for daycare. I mean, it
Yeah.
should be mowed every other week or every week.
Yeah.
whatever.
Okay. So effectively, it's almost as though we're reducing our costs by at least another whatever that cost is, by having handed that off.
I don't have a recommendation on time other than, I think 3 years is too long. 1 or 2, I'm fine with. It's whatever's the will of the board.
I'd go with 2.
I'd go with 2.
I think it should be 1, but they're not voting, so. I mean, I would just like to, I don't know enough about the properties that we have and what
Yeah.
arrangement we have at Children's Castle.
Yeah.
I just think it's worth reviewing, you know, to make sure we're consistent in how we're handling everything. But, yeah, maybe we could do that after 2 years. We have enough else on our plate right now.
Yeah, we do. Okay,
This is the small budget item. Look at the zeros. That's the thing.
what is the magnitude?
Is it, I'm sorry to complicate things, but is it of any material importance that we'll be totally repainting and investing $100,000 in this building in the next year? Like, would that cause anyone to think that we should be looking at it in a year as
Yeah.
opposed to 2?
Yeah, I would stand by my year.
And I'm sorry, it sounds like I'm advocating. I'm not. It's just a point of fact.
Yeah, no, that's a good point. So,
Personally, I'd be just as happy not to negotiate in a year because it is more work, it is time. So there's pros and cons.
right, and
Maybe you don't want to be releasing it for all our construction.
So what are you gonna do with that land space otherwise? That's my.
right, are we gonna be looking for alternate uses
No, but
or
we could-
for a new price?
Yeah, we could possibly charge more. I would like the opportunity to look more into, you know, the lease, what we're charging, what's appropriate for that building.
Okay, yeah, I mean, we haven't done, square foot analysis, cost per square foot
Yeah,
analysis.
I don't want to slow down this lease now, but I would like to revisit it in a year so that. So I can make a motion, you can vote me down if you'd like.
I didn't hear what you
She said that she can make a motion, we can vote her down.
All right, so I move to extend the lease for the Learning Tree facility for 1 year with no increase in the current rent and with the addition of DPW supplied mowing equipment for the leasee to take care of the property.
Second.
Any further discussion?
I think I heard you say this, but just so everyone's clear, the obligation for the lessee to start mowing will be once the equipment's provided.
I didn't specify, but yes.
Okay, yeah, just.
Thanks.
Any discussion more than?
Yeah, I mean, we spent a lot of time, dealing with this during COVID. We only have so many hours in the day. I don't want to deal with it again in a year. So we can micromanage every little thing and it just will be here forever.
And so your motion was for a year?
Yes.
So, okay, all in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
Opposed.
Nay.
Does that feel great?
Yeah, so I would move that we, exactly as Wendy stated, except that the lease will be for 2 years.
Second.
Discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Nay.
Great. I will, we'll draw up a new lease on those terms and move forward. Thank you.
Okay. So review construction documents for Soldiers and Sailors Building.
So the architects are running about a week late, so we don't have the construction documents in hand yet. As soon as I get them, I'll send them to you. You know, I think we're still working toward this schedule, but it obviously it sounds like we're going to lose a week. So in the meantime, one of the big items that we still need to square away is what exactly is Cottage Advisors going to do, because now we're into bidding and the site work and the paving and the exterior work that was, you know, agreed between this board and Cottage Advisors, but not ever memorialized in a written agreement. You know, I've had verbal assurances again and again that they're going to do what they said they were going to do, but we need to, we're going to get down to brass tacks on that and make sure there's no gaps.
Yep.
Yeah. So that's how we're going to use the extra week, is just keep pressing that. I mean, it's something that we've been pressing on for a while, but as you know, we're juggling so much, it's not something we're, you know, following up on every week.
Right.
So the next step on that, you know, when I last spoke with Chip, was that he was going to cost out or have his, you know, one of his people cost out exactly, you know, for what was shown on the plan of record that was in front of everyone when this was agreed, to cost out exactly what that would cost him. And then we're going to talk about whether it might be more efficient, you know, rather than doing the work and coordinating all of that with multiple contractors, to make a financial contribution in an equal amount. Which I know the architects would favor that, just for bidding purposes. So there's quite an extensive background on that. I can send to you if you'd like. It goes back before my time, but we put all that together a while back. So in summary form, you know, during the permitting of Drake's Landing, the developer agreed it was not a condition of the planning board's approval. It was a separate discussion between the developer and the select board. And it was agreed that the developer would complete the site improvements, meaning basically the landscaping and the paving, that were shown on a plan at that time. Since that time, there have been some adjustments to the plan for the better from what was, you know, envisioned a couple of years ago. And Chip's been consistent right along that he will do the dollar value of what was shown on that plan. He's fine if it changes a bit. He's just not going to spend that many, which is reasonable. So,
I don't recall what the number was.
it wasn't a number.
Okay.
That's the thing. Yeah. You know, and I think when this was all discussed, it was probably a vision that paving would happen, for instance, concurrent with when he was paving Drake's Landing. Obviously, that's not happening. So.
Yeah.
So is that plan at current prices?
That's what we got. Yeah, that would be, yeah, that's our expectation. But so that's one of the open issues. I don't know beyond that. A lot of the design was really very straightforward from what was presented with CPC. It's, you know, there's some fixtures and some detail type work, but it's fundamentally what you know. And I think Rick, you were part of a couple of those meetings where we went through the earlier design development.
Yep.
Meetings, so there's no surprises in there. It's going to be very nice. It's going to be very nice. Yeah. The big X factor, of course, is when we do go out to bid, and if the bids come in above budget, that's going to
What do we do?
push a difficult discussion.
Yep. And we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. Speaking of which, I think we're done with this topic. And so there was only just under 1,400 pages. It was a piece of cake. Yeah. That's where we are now in the agenda. It's a review proposal from the BSC group regarding evaluation potential for repair rather than replace.
Wait.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. Yeah, the review of the draft Middle Street Bridge documents prior to submittal.
And we do have, as you see in the email, we do have until past the next meeting, so you might just want to table that.
Okay.
I mean, it's so heavy on the engineering, but it sounded like you did find some amount that's maybe more like if a layperson wanted to just get a gist of what's being designed.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of content. You can put however much time you want to, and, you know. I haven't done calculus for a while, so.
So the chapter 85 review, I'm not familiar with that.
Ren, do you want to speak? Do you want to?
That's the state review for the bridge, that we submit to the state. I have not looked at it either. I opened up the first doc before I realized it was 198 pages.
Right, and it was one of the short ones.
So I closed that and I went back to my other work. So I haven't looked at it yet, but we've been following it, obviously, as we've been going.
Yeah.
But it's a lot of the calcs.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I'm not gonna read the calcs.
Yeah, we don't need to go through all the calcs.
So.
Structural, the stormwater.
It's so now it goes for review through MassDOT and through environmental. They finished the environmental review.
They're in the late stages of Concom. The order of conditions hasn't been.
But pretty much they would go back.
Actually, there's a conference call with NEPA tomorrow. We don't believe NEPA applies, but there is a conference call tomorrow that I'll be part of.
So this chapter 85 is the state DOT.
Reviewing the documents. Make sure. I mean, but they've done this before with MassDOT, so we shouldn't expect any trail changes.
Yeah.
Typical bridge that we build.
Yeah.
And they follow the template on how to design and stuff.
So they're not really looking for feedback from.
No, it's just when I receive it.
More to advise us and
To
so.
justify their bill.
Right.
Well, I tried to find the exact list of summary on 198 pages, because that's what I was looking for, because the calc's not gonna help.
That is the executive.
That was the exact summary, the 198 pages. But I mean, it is what it is. I mean, you can look at it if you want, but
Yeah.
it's, I just want the 9-page drawing. Shows what it looks like.
Yeah.
What it takes and where the storm drains are. And that's will support 5, 6, what it looks like. So.
And I was going to drop that in the packet, but when you have things that were based on CAD, my experience is when I put them in the packets, it inevitably, once
The formatting just it gets really wacky.
Well, actually, I've lost packets. I've been here at 11:30 on a Friday night and lost a packet and had to rebuild it because I dropped in some engineering drawings. So if I send them separate. I don't try to put it all together anymore.
And the files are so intense. I mean, that's.
Yes, it's, can't have trouble drawing this stream or some error message and it just won't even reopen.
Yeah, well, in fact, you couldn't have even included this in the pack because it's so large. I mean, that's why we had to, that's why they had it as a, we had
Separate
down,
file.
yeah, exactly. Yeah. So, okay.
Another one will be interesting how the bid comes.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, we get a couple of those. Okay, so we have a proposal from BSE Group, same engineering firm as is doing the design for the new bridge, to evaluate the potential to repair the existing arch Middle Street Bridge, and the number is reasonably high. Not compared to anything else, but compared perhaps to what one might have expected. And but looks like they feel it necessary to do a very thorough review, and just in their proposal have another number of fairly good points about things that would need to be verified, and you can extrapolate from that what cost could actually be to do that work.
One thing I was wondering is if, I think the use, if considering a use limitation should be part of this analysis, because there may be different analysis if we're only limiting to, the weight, for example, if we limit to passenger vehicles or something like that.
I believe that's not required, or that's not allowed.
They're not.
We talked about that.
It's a bridge or it's a bridge.
You can't
choose
have
your size.
Can't make a weak bridge.
A bridge is a
No,
bridge,
I'm not saying a weak
because you
bridge.
still have to allow for a fire truck to go over it, so it has to be structurally built. For a fire
there's
truck,
no option
truck
to have
go
it
over it.
like no trucks.
So,
That's not legal.
Yeah, there's no weight limit could be put on. within reason, they do have a map, they do have a federal weight limit, like a trillion tons, which is on the typical federal highway. But the bridge won't have a weight limit on it. So it's because you can't stop a fire truck from going over it, God forbid, because it's not built for a fire truck.
Yeah, we had asked that question earlier.
I think we asked.
It was one of the first questions we asked.
Way early, yeah.
Now, if you want to restrict the roadway, which in reality restricts the bridge, you have to ask for the Mass Highway to do a truck restriction on the roadway, not the bridge. If the roadway is restricted, then you could reduce the number of heavy vehicles on the bridge, but you can't eliminate the truck restriction. Only eliminates through traffic, through trucks. If you have somebody accessing the neighbor's house, you can still go over the bridge. Oil truck delivering the 3 houses up, you can go either way you want to say, no, they're not going to tag you. Fire trucks, emergency vehicles are not restricted on a truck restricted street. Usually they do weight limits if the bridge is deficient, that may future repair.
So it's a temporary.
It's a temporary thing. So it's a bridge. A bridge is a bridge is a bridge.
Okay, there was some discussion about limiting, you know,
Yeah.
the tractor trailers, but
Yeah.
so it sounds like it was perhaps the roadway itself. not
You'd
the
have to
bridge.
limit the roadway.
Yeah, yeah, and that's definitely something, assuming this all moves forward, that we need, you know, when we get to that point, we'll want to explore.
You could,
what
you
our
probably
options
won't make it. I'll tell you, you won't reach that number. There's a certain threshold. It has to be more and less. It's a little window.
Yeah.
If it's too much, MassDOT says, well, we got a lot of trucks that they have to be on that street that route. If it's too less, they say, yes.
Yeah.
So I'm like, oh, for truck restrictions.
Wait,
So I have no luck with truck restrictions.
What do you mean too much? What has to be too
If
much?
it's too heavy, if
Oh,
the
the weight.
volume, if the volume of trucks is too high, they say, well, they should be there.
Oh.
Where else would they go? The impact to other streets would be too negative. If it's too low, it's like 2.5 to 5%. Don't quote me on this, but lower than 2.5, they say you don't need truck. Over 5, they say, well, the trucks have to be somewhere. It's some funky formula like that.
That's interesting.
So there's a soft spot you're trying to get, which I don't think we have, by the way. I think we're below 2.5%. Just from experience out there.
So this amount is more than you had anticipated when we asked. to do the study done?
Well, you know, it seemed as though, you know, a fairly simple explanation would be adequate, and
But they're not going to put themselves out on a limb without
right
analysis, yeah.
I will say that, yeah, I spoke to Micah, who's been the project manager. I spoke to him last week. He would be happy to participate in a call, and a couple of calls. He would not like to do that in a public meeting. It's all about liability and what he can say officially, but he's happy to have, and he understands the 3-member board, so a quorum is 2. But, you know, he would have a call with, you know, 1 or more of you.
right. We could have a single call where one of us.
The way he's
one of us is
explained
there
it,
for
you know,
5
he's,
minutes.
the way he explained it to Wayne and I, you know, especially, it's really the structural integrity. How do you know? You don't know. There's no documentation. So the only way to find out is to take it apart. And in doing that, you create the potential that it could fall in on itself and it could become a much worse and much more pressing problem. There were other things about like guardrails and how do you install guardrails on a stone arch bridge that are going to meet the, you know, load bearing, you know, velocity or whatever that the guardrails need to meet. And as he explained it, I know I had kind of an aha moment.
Yeah, and I don't think you're going to see a saving. If we said, say, if we wanted to save the arch, which we talked about 3 years ago when I was on the other team.
Yeah.
And we talked about what do we do if we want to save the arch. To rehab that bridge, to bring it back to like what it looked like in 1890 something, whatever it was, could cost us just as much. So let's not think it's going to be a $3 million bridge. If we rehab it, it's $800,000, and it's a no-brainer. I'm not sold that if we tried to save that arch, you know, we tried to put some guy rails in and something, we're not in, because we have to mobilize and we have to control the water, whatever we do there.
Yep.
That's going to come with a cost, no matter if we're building a bridge or if we're rehabbing the bridge. Once we touch that arch to reinforce it, to make it look better, or you know, not have to do a big bridge, we're going to be in it for some money. So we have to keep that in mind. I mean, I don't know what that is. It might be 1.9 million instead of 3 million, but at that point, you're rebuilding a deficient bridge
right.
that doesn't meet any standards for pedestrian, bike safety, roadway widths, grade issues, because we got that swoop, people like to speed up because you go down and you get to fly back up again. It's not very well designed, safe bridge as it was. We have a chance of making it safer for pets. A little bit wider, but not too wide. We were nervous about that. And I mean, so I just want to be careful. People were asking, you know, can't we just fix it? And there's rumors around town about fixing it. And we did talk about this. John Eric and I talked about this with BSC 3.5 years ago. And we talked about peeling the bridge back and just fixing the arch and stuff. At that point, we were so worried that it's going to fall in.
Yep.
And how do you do tests if it's going to fall in? You know, we could core out, do some vibration tests. If it falls in, oh yeah, you're right, it's bad. At that point, you committed yourself to the bridge.
Yeah.
So we were unwilling to do that at that point. We didn't want to close it off 100%. Yeah. But I still think to rehab, a lot of people also say, why don't you make a bike bridge? Okay, so instead of 3.5, whatever it is, it's going to be $1 million less.
Right.
It's not going to be a third the price or a quarter the price.
Yeah, no, and even, you know, I think people imagine, there are people who imagine that the current bridge could be left and would last forever as a bike bridge, could be left in its current state, and that wouldn't work.
I would say that would not last forever.
Right.
It's going to wash out sooner or later.
Yeah, or it, you know, there'll be.
Oh, even just leaving it alone,
I think so,
doing
yes.
nothing.
Yeah, I mean, right now, the, you know, where it's caved, I'm sure there's erosion going on, you know, there's progressive failure undoubtedly going on.
If you have another Mother's Day storm we had many years ago, that bridge will be down in the reservoir somewhere.
Okay.
So, I mean, I just want to, it's not half price, it's not a third the price.
Yeah, don't linger.
It's going to cost a lot of money, whatever we do there.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, one of the biggest challenges is going to be, you know, you have to have a structural engineer with a stamp who's going to stamp that can handle the loads and has a, I believe, a 75-year design life that Mass DOT is going to require. And you know, that's going to be really difficult.
A lot of firms won't touch that. I mean, a lot of firms won't stamp it. They're not going to stamp it.
Yeah.
To rehab a bridge unless we do a total rehab.
Right.
From scratch. At that point, probably $3.5 million of total rehab from scratch. At that point, might as well build a bridge. So we're at the point where we're building a bridge.
Costs more to take it apart. Yeah.
And then put it back into place again. So that's why we threw that out in the first 3 months of looking at this bridge going back years ago. We started talking about this.
So I didn't know this, Wayne, so that even just making it 10 feet wide and making it a bike bridge is still going to be relatively expensive.
You got all your permitting, you still have to deal with your storm drain and your drainage structure, maybe less the calculations instead of being 83 pages, it might only be 62 pages. You're still doing calcs. You're still doing the engineering.
Well, you still have to do the foundation.
You're still doing
You're
foundations.
still in the reservoir.
Yeah. And the contractors want to make his money to go there, no matter if you build a big bridge or a little bridge.
Yeah.
So it's not going to give you too much of a discount.
Okay.
He's still bringing the same machine to build a little bridge. They build a big bridge. So.
Okay.
So, yeah, I don't know if we even need to, does anybody feel that they would want to have a conversation that involved Micah from BSC?
Well, would spending this money just satisfy the people? I mean, it would be probably money down the drain, but would it satisfy? Yeah, would it satisfy money? Would satisfy people that look? This is what, if you really think we can fix it, this is what the engineer says. It cannot be fixed. Do we need to spend this money, sort of like blood money, to prove that to people that there is no fixing it?
Yeah, personally, I don't think we do. I mean,
I'm just asking that question.
Yeah. No. I mean, I think we've heard enough explanation. Between what Wayne has said, what Angus got out of his conversation with BSC. Quite honestly, I talked with another friend of mine who's just retired because after a career of civil engineer in roads and bridges and stuff.
Okay.
And they wouldn't touch something like this. This would not, you know. So, you know, it's, yeah, I mean, I'm satisfied.
What would it, Angus, what would a sort of non-official conversation with him do that we wouldn't be able to really say it publicly anyway?
Well, no, I don't think that's true, because I think we can paraphrase. I mean, when we had that call, I was kicking myself for not taking notes. Usually on a call, I take detailed notes, and I don't know if I was feeling burned out or stressed that day, but I didn't take detailed notes, but it was a wealth of information. I mean, I think having a call, you know, and to document, we can paraphrase that.
Sure.
I
So
think
why,
that
why does he not want to have?
he can put it in writing, but this is what it'll cost, because
All right, so
they've got a corporate structure, and he's got to run it up the flagpole, and they can't say things without, there's things he knows, but he could, you know, there's a difference between knowing from a career in structural engineering, between knowing for a specific situation and putting your stamp on it. That's a whole different.
Yeah, I get, yeah, okay.
Yeah, so I think the original intent was to have a public, like to educate
Yeah,
people.
yeah.
So if that, I mean, I don't know that this study is really what we were looking for. It's gonna be that much money.
But you know what, if we're, okay, so say we did have a call and say, you know, we made detailed notes and then wrote up our own little blurb.
I think there's, that has some value. I think it's just showing due diligence.
Right,
You know,
right.
but I'm not sure how that would happen. Angus, you're saying you would just take notes? I mean, that seems like puts it back on you.
No, I'd be happy for a board member to be on that call. I think that's exactly what should happen, is that way, because, you know, I mean, Wayne and I and others who've been, John, Eric White, you know, we've been involved with this project so long, and to me, it was the meeting we had in Arlington at the DOT back in December 2018. He was, you know, that's when I came, because they went through all the federal permits, all the state, we were talking about Bailey bridges and trying to find a cheap or quick way to do this.
Yeah.
I came out of that meeting feeling like, geez, I mean, there's just no way when you talk to the DOT people and all that they need to see to approve something like this. But I don't have the vocabulary to, like, I mean, I could, you know, and I just think people need to hear it from themselves and be convinced or not, but at least to hear it from those experts, which is not me. I mean, Wayne's a lot more expertise than I am, but I don't do bridges so for a living, so.
So why don't we, you know, if nobody else available, I'll sit in on a call. And
I will do it if it's possible. Yeah, I would like to hear it. But whatever. So
he'll have multiple calls. I mean, I asked him.
Could we just post a meeting and have the call?
He's not going to go on record.
Yeah, so it has to be public.
Well, it's kind of like, you know, when Mike gives a legal opinion, it's, you know, I can paraphrase his opinion. You know.
Yeah.
It's kind of like that.
Okay.
Well,
it seems like 13,000 to tell us what we already know is not.
Yeah, I thought it would be 5 to 10, maybe. You know, I thought maybe we could swallow that, but it seems like too much.
Just makes it sting a little more. So, okay, so we should move on. Does each of us want to try to have a call?
Yes.
A separate call? Does that work? Okay.
We'll make it happen.
So maybe you could just, you know, and they don't have to be half-hour calls.
No,
Yeah.
5-10 minutes.
Right.
That's what it is. Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, we could even do it consecutive.
Right. Yeah, I was thinking this.
I'll work it out.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
Like if it could be later on in the day, I'll, you know, late in the day, I'll come over.
Okay. All right. So, okay.
You can tell the same thing to 3 of us in a row. Yeah.
Right. They'll have it memorized by the time he gets done. Or he does have it memorized. Okay, so we've got the correspondence from the planning board regarding the creation of the Affordable Housing Trust, and they think it's a good idea that we should move ahead with setting up an Affordable Housing Trust. I can tell you, there are a lot of people who are interested in getting involved in this at some point when we actually have the Affordable Housing Trust set up. So Um, We decided at the last meeting that we were going to proceed with that. So I guess the question is, what do we need to say specifically about, other than what I just said?
So just next steps, I met with Leah earlier today. We, as you can see, we made a lot of progress. In fact, I think we've done a tremendous work in a short amount of time to get totally up to speed on the monitoring. We are now totally in good stead. Once these letters get mailed today or this week, something like this will go out annually, and we're in great shape with monitoring. So that's always been my approach, is get the baseline stuff done and then move forward. So the baseline stuff's done. Next step, we've reached out to Lynn Sweet to set up a call for first half of July, including myself and Leah, to give her much more of a qualitative understanding of, West Newbury, our interests with regard to housing, some of the background. Because right now, she's been doing a very technical side of things. She's not yet into kind of who we are as a community, what our objectives and
Has she ever been out to West Newbury?
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know, but so we want to give her that background, tell her about some of the background with the Mullen property and some of what the town's tried, some of what the town's talked about is wanting to do. Get her thinking about the types of things that a small town can do successfully, and basically help to get her prepped so that we can bring her to a meeting, public meeting, where she'll have some of the nuance, which, if we just drop her in without any of that, I've been on the consulting side. You need to do your homework before you're going to public meeting.
Yeah.
So we're going to do that prep with her. And then, I talked with Leah whether the right venue is a select board meeting or a planning board meeting or a standalone meeting. We're open to any of those. I think it certainly would justify a standalone meeting. There's plenty of content, and it depends how deep you want to go at that point. But I think the idea of proposing a trust at the fall town meeting, I think, makes good sense. And I'd like to see a meeting focus more on what kinds of things can a trust do that we can't do today, and what types of is there any interest in potentially doing like a non-binding resolution at a town meeting to get a better sense of, would there be public support for making, for instance, town land available for affordable housing? And if so, are we talking, Habitat for Humanity houses, or are we talking potentially a larger parcel and a larger development? Is there public support for potentially directly subsidizing a development to, add affordable? Like, that's something that, that's what trusts do.
Yep.
Those kinds of things.
And subsidizing could be done through land.
Yep.
Yeah. Subsidized cost of land, or subsidized land, or it could be using CPA funds, or a combination.
Okay, so we're shooting for a fall town meeting to propose the.
I think so. I think that's kind of what we've had in mind all along. It's unfortunate looking back that it took so long to unravel that very convoluted structure that was set up for that bylaw, but we did it, so I don't want to read it. But it took, better part of 2 years just to unlock the money that we had.
Yeah.
So now that we've done that, we've made progress quickly, and I think we can move quickly.
Yeah, well, that should definitely be on our list of
for fall.
select board sponsored
Good. Yep.
town meeting articles.
So the policy or the bylaw, whatever that the board approved in January, that was an interim, the regulation?
Correct.
So do we want to try to make those final, or?
Those actually spoke about basically that those would be in effect until a trust is created. And I believe they actually anticipated a potential fall town meeting, which I thought was a little odd, but it was not a problem. The planning board put that in. It was important to them. So, but yeah, I think the expectation would be, if a trust is established, that there'd be a separate article on the same town meeting to transfer the funds from that existing account into the trust, and that existing account would basically go away, right, Mike?
I don't even know if the town meeting approval.
I think it would make sure it was clean, since I think,
Because the money can be appropriated now without,
well, but there's no statute that says that,
it's in the bylaw.
but that doesn't, I've been taught by DOR for a lot of years. Every dollar that comes into the town, if there's not a statutory vehicle of where to put that dollar, it is general fund. So I do believe if DOR was really focused on it, they would tell us those funds are already general fund revenues. That's my opinion.
Okay. So, I mean, I think we covered that. Discussion of proposed policy regarding climate roadmap. Yeah, so I sent an email to Angus a couple weeks ago with proposed wording that was sent out to a number of other boards and committees that that might have input. I think there were just 2 responses, boards, committees, and departments. I think there were just 2 responses, one from Wayne and one from a member of the FinCom. And
Water department didn't have any input.
Not that we received.
Yeah.
I suspect they would have input, but
Yeah.
you know, it's we don't always get input on the first or second try.
So, yeah, the intent was not to tie people's hands behind their back, but to begin to make a transition away from our use of fossil fuels. And, my hope was that in the wording, that there was adequate, objective wiggle room, so that if there wasn't a good alternative, all you had to do was demonstrate that there's not a good alternative.
So I think that's the one thing that we could maybe work
Flesh
on.
out a little.
Yeah.
Because I think,
That's very subjective.
Yeah.
or even establish the process by how that's determined, like if it's a joint meeting with Wayne and Angus and whoever.
Yeah. Okay. And that sounds
Like,
reasonable.
like Nathan made some good points, like if you had to have 10 batteries to get one hedge cut.
Yeah,
I know that's an exaggeration, but you know what I mean, but.
So I guess I would just question some of the assumptions that were made in that letter about equipment, and maybe based on one person's experience, but I don't think it's quite, they're quite as minimalist as that letter seemed to suggest to me. Yeah, I mean, you're not going to you're not going to get the equivalent of a 30-inch bar chainsaw designed for cutting up huge logs out of an electric chainsaw, but you get a functional tool, and and if you need a different functional tool periodically, then you have one of those, probably already have one of those as well. And sometimes, I mean, Wayne, you and I talked about this a little bit, sometimes a battery-powered chainsaw actually saves you substantial time. You don't have to worry about fuel. You don't go out there and find out that you can't start, you don't get out in the field and realize you can't start the saw because the hoses got eaten up by fuel, by fuel with ethanol, and now you've got a mess of it, that doesn't work, and you got to take it over to Dunn's and get it fixed, and 2 weeks later, spend $350 for your repaired saw. I mean, you can paint a gazillion different scenarios, but there are, not just to focus on that one thing, but there are there's an increasing selection of viable solutions of equipment that is electrically powered and can replace fossil fuel powered equipment. And it, if it doesn't increase daily, it increases weekly, the choices.
So if you want to really think globally, do we want to have to worry about what do we do with the batteries? Because that's going to be in 10 years, that's going to be the huge problem is what do we do with all these batteries?
Right, and I'm confident that technology, this technology to recycle the batteries and reuse the materials in the batteries is going to happen.
It's not there yet.
No, it's not there yet, but it will happen.
I'm playing your devil's advocate.
Yeah,
When you
yeah,
think
yeah,
of
yeah,
some
yeah, yeah,
negative
yeah,
thing, well, I'm
yeah.
just doing the opposite.
Right, yeah.
Because that's an issue now. Batteries for DeWalt, tools and stuff. What do you do with those things when they're not working? It's not easy to get rid of those.
Approved in the 1910 building.
There are, for example, there's company, American Battery Metals Limited, which just got approval to build a huge lithium battery recycling facility just outside Reno, Nevada.
Yeah.
And so they got all the city permits, so they're going to be building and investing in doing that. Obviously, Nevada is a good place to do it because of the Tesla factory, the battery right is there. And it's also near to California, which obviously has significant amount of use. So there are many companies that are basically going into this business right now.
Okay.
I get started in one of them, so hopefully it's going to be good.
So what do you think about establishing a committee to evaluate these, to say, what's viable? If we didn't do that, we'd have to spell it out, like what's considered economically practical, what's viable.
Okay.
Maybe a good way around it is to say a member from the Energy Advisory Committee, a DPW, or whatever. Get together.
Yeah, I don't know if we want to call it another, is it an advisory group or is it a committee?
Advisory group,
yeah.
or whatever, it doesn't have to be.
Yeah. No, I think that'd be a fine idea. I think.
Respond to changing circumstances.
Sure. Okay. Yeah. My expectation is that I think it's a great idea. My expectation is that in not too long a time, we're going to conclude that we don't even need to do it because it's going to become apparent that it's not that big a deal. But that's a great place to go for starters, and that way,
And then people that have concerns will
Yeah.
feel like they'll have some say.
Yeah.
What's the threshold for items that would trip this? Is it above a certain dollar amount or no? Because I think about, for instance, purchasing and, something that, if there's extra meetings to just purchase a chainsaw, there is a point at which we grind to a halt.
Yeah.
It's just, as there's a million things that keep us busy. So,
yep.
Is it a pencil sharpener or what's the threshold? That's one thing I like about the capital bylaws is a clear objective threshold. So without that, because one of the many hats Mike wears that we have to figure out is chief procurement officer. So whoever, whether that's a new town clerk or whether that's Wayne or whether that's me or one of my staff or something like that, that person is going to have to, the more objective guidance is better. Just like subjective, you never know when you might be, inadvertently, not anyhow.
No, I hear what you say. You don't want to inadvertently add, $250 to the acquisition cost of a $250 piece of equipment.
Well, I was saying the purchasing person doesn't want to inadvertently tick off the select board.
Yeah.
Because they bought something that they didn't think was subject to this.
Yeah,
And I do think that without input from, and certainly Wayne's, I think the most effective, but also police, fire, and water. I mean, I really want to know what they think about this. I kind
Yeah.
of hope that they would respond. I think I teed it up for them before I left for vacation, in hopes I'd come back to all these comments. And
Yeah.
was the only one who really came through with Nathan, so.
yeah. Well, I mean, I hear what you're saying, but it's kind of ironic to me, say fire, for instance. We just switched over to a battery powered electric, battery powered jaws of light, because that's the best option, and that's what increasingly, that's the best option, battery powered equipment, because it's immediately available and it has plenty of power. But I understand what you're saying, Angus. So I don't have
I mean, that might be a good, something more tangible. We could, like, what type of equipment in their current inventory for each, because we have a good inventory of all anything, for our.
Why don't you signal, make the list, signal, this is the stuff that we have at the moment, and then see which of these things even are something, before we worry about new stuff, let's see what we have that is applicable.
We made a ton of progress on our capital assets inventory in the last couple of years. That was always an issue in our audit management letter. We made a ton of progress on that. It's not something anyone sees, but we put in many, many dozens of hours. Actually, probably, cumulatively, probably hundreds of hours in the last 3 years to get to where we have a good capital asset inventory. That is only above a certain dollar value. That's not going to capture,
To change the law.
Right. But if we started with that and then asked, the two chiefs and Wayne and Mike Goutet to, what are the other things in your inventory
That could be replaced.
Yeah.
When they're.
So could we do like a tier? I mean, I don't want to, if a snowblower breaks on me in the middle of a snowstorm, we go buy another one.
Yep.
We're not waiting for a committee to talk about it. We're
Right.
not, It's 7 o'clock in the morning, go get another one, go. I don't care. Just go get one. Piece of equipment. So the capital list is good because it's a big item that we just don't go buy. So that's the big capital list. There's something we talk about if we're going to do an electric vehicle or something. So that's a no-brainer. That's
and
a
just
great
briefly,
start.
not to interrupt, but
Yep.
the dollar threshold for the capital asset inventory that I'm referring to is much lower than the capital bylaw. It's not $20,000. It's basically, it includes anything that we insure.
Yeah.
And so we insure things, that are much, much lower than.
Yep. Trailers.
Oh, when you're talking capital.
Yeah, I'm talking
you're
about like
using
for
the
audit purposes, not for our.
I was going to ask you about the threshold there.
So insurance reasons.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
But you made a good point about like technology, like chainsaws, smaller piece of equipment is coming as we're going, as it progresses weekly, monthly, yearly.
Right.
Do we want to nickel, dime, and kick on that one for the next year and a half? That's 2 years when it's going to just evolve to an electric world in the long run. And do we, just bury ourselves with approvals, or we do our best as a department head, as a policy, as the board of selectmen writers policy, as the department head should do their best to try to, outside of capital, do their best to purchase things that are environmentally friendly, green. I mean, I'm interested myself. I told you there's things I'd try if I was going to buy 3 new chainsaws this year. Let's try to buy one electric, guys. Let's break it up a little bit and try something. If we talk about equipment, then we should talk about big boy equipment. If we're talking about a ride-on diesel lawnmower. What's our alternatives? Is it there yet? Maybe not. We should talk about that. I was hoping that we didn't have a committee of people. I was hoping, because I've done these committee things and trying to get everybody in the same room and trying to get things purchased and bought as a pain sometimes, is, like town manager, a board of selectmen member, and a department head.
Yeah, that's all I was suggesting.
You don't need to set a meeting or anything.
No.
Yeah, and that's it. You just set it up and maybe you collect 2 or 3 of them and you meet.
Sure.
Have a meeting before a meeting and you talk about it, chasing emails. But I just want to be careful that we don't go into the weeds about a weed whacker.
Okay,
Because we're gonna beat ourselves senseless, so then maybe 14 months later, we're not having any other option but to get the electric one anyhow.
yeah,
You know, see, I told you, I know, but look what we went through to get there.
yeah,
You know, and the technology wasn't there 14 months ago, when we were talking about it.
yeah,
Where it is with the points. I just trying to save us some additional
okay,
meetings on low ticket items, less carbon footprint items, that is.
yeah, okay.
So do we want to wait and get input? I mean, even though Angus did give them plenty of time, I mean, should we wait and get input from the other three departments, or what do you think?
I think we should. I mean, you know, they were given time, but it is, you know, it's, everyone's really busy. You know, I would hate to like for instance, with police, you know, I think that the chief of police absolutely bent over backwards, you know, to get that hybrid vehicle. But that was the chief's vehicle and not necessarily one that's going to be doing a lot of pursuit. I don't know, is he comfortable with the hybrid technology for a pursuit vehicle? I haven't had that conversation with him. Maybe you have, and maybe he is, but I don't know that.
Yeah.
You know, and I would hate to just say, oh, here's the policy, and, you know.
I didn't realize that vehicle was being reserved for his use.
Isn't it?
I think so. You think it is?
Yeah. 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 I think it is pursuit rated.
Oh, it is pursuit rated.
Like
Yeah,
it's not like part of, I know that when this first came up a year and a half ago, part of what he said, well, it's the chief's vehicle, so it's not actually gonna.
Well, that was different. That was when we were talking about a sedan, but then the sedans were discontinued. Ford discontinued any sedan. They stopped making sedans. And one of the last vehicles to go was this line that included the you know, the hybrid police vehicle, which was more of a chief's kind of vehicle. It wasn't something that was going to be used, you know, it wasn't an SUV. And then it became clear that their hybrid SUVs were, you know, quite honestly, my understanding, I'm not 100% sure of this, but I think, speaking for Ford, they've switched completely over to hybrid SUVs for their police pursuit vehicles. Now, I'd want to confirm that, but last I went online and looked at, Ford, police vehicles, all that came up was the hybrid Interceptors.
It's just not a conversation we've had time to have.
Right, and that's fine. I mean, we've got plenty of other stuff to talk about, so I don't, I guess don't want to, spend the whole evening on this, but so I mean, I think, there've been a lot of good suggestions, and not suggesting that we, push anybody into a corner as far as their choices for equipment, but this maybe needs to be rephrased and says that department managers need to exercise judgment and in an effort to purchase,
make a good faith effort to do this.
Yeah.
But that's why they're managers. They have to be able to make some judgments on, whatever,
Yeah.
small purchases, yeah.
Okay.
Well, it's just, I'm just afraid if you phrase it that way, then there's really no, I mean, they would have to be in alignment with the whole idea in order to make the judgment. I think we need to work a little bit on the language just to make it clear. Because I think, if we do want to make a stand and say this is where we're going forward, how can we make that happen in a way that everybody can get on board with? It's just a recommendation and probably something.
Yeah.
So could you do an advisory for like 2 years, so it's on record? So now the department head knows. So you say there's an advisory until 2023, this is what the policy is. Starting January 1st, 2023 or 24, this is what the policy will be. This way, I know ahead of time, where I'm going to be going in the future.
Yeah.
And I can't be surprised, like, oh, now I have to buy electricity. out of nowhere. So even if it's 3 years from now,
Okay.
I do think the technology will be there.
Yep.
But starting to today, do your best to try to get the right product for the environment, but with the understanding that this advisory becomes.
Yeah, no, that's a good rational
That's-
approach.
And that puts everybody on notice,
That's
officially,
good.
police, fire, DPW, that our days are numbered for buying those gas-powered engines and
Yeah.
stuff. So just.
I think it would also be helpful to get an inventory for each department, what equipment they have, and then that's something that, you know, we could have input on, you know.
And as you said, that already exists pretty much in the capital list, right?
It does, yeah.
Yeah.
So we
In
can just
the form that we
identify.
provide to the auditor.
Yeah.
So it's,
Okay.
and it's something that Annie's helped me a lot with based on data we've gathered from a lot of other departments. And,
We may be grossly overestimating how many things we're talking about.
Yep.
We don't buy that much.
Right.
That's what I mean.
Yeah, no, I hear what you're saying. I mean, you know, part of this is demonstrating to the community what can be done. You know, because long-term, everybody's gonna have to make this transition, and the sooner we make the point, the sooner people will start to do it, and the more likely that, you know, generations after we're gone are gonna still have a planet that you can live on, you know, so.
How that.
Before, I think we're pretty much done with that conversation, and yeah, I'll play with that a little bit, and you know, I'm open to any other suggestions that people have. At our last meeting, we talked about there's a DOER grant for this greenhouse gas reduction effort, and you know, there were various things that municipality can pursue through our local regional planning agency, the MVPC. They would apply for a grant, they would administer it. You know, the town would have to have some input in terms of supplying information, you know, supplying data. And one of the it's not on here if you look at it. There's a greenhouse gas inventory tool that was developed by the Metropolitan Planning Agency. That's one of the grants. It's small money. It's, you know, $3,000, but we would work with MVPC and with a consultant that they have that they're working with to do you know, an initial greenhouse gas inventory for the community. And so you know, the first effort is it's 2 years to complete the grant, which is a ton of time for what has to be done. The only town staff input should essentially be supplying data from our excise tax listing of vehicles, and also information that would probably come from the assessing department on homes and you know, residences in town, you know, number of residences and size and, you know, square footage. And I'm assuming that that's something that's in a database that essentially could be exported, you know. Does that sound safe, Angus, that that's readily
I
available
would
data?
assume so, I don't
Yeah,
know. I mean,
yeah,
I haven't
yeah,
obviously had the time to talk to
Yeah.
the assessor.
But you know, it isn't like there's a short time frame. You know, we probably have 6 months to a year before would need to do anything. And town staff would, other than providing that data, wouldn't do anything, wouldn't need to do anything with it. So,
So would MVPC apply for the grant?
yeah, MVPC would apply for the grant, they would administer it, yeah. And I'm just curious, any thoughts? You know, I guess if, you know, when we're done talking about it, I just want to make a motion and see, we'll go ahead and
So would we be involved in the application process at all? I mean, is there any time commitment?
We would just need an MOU, memorandum of understanding with MVPC, and they're applying for this for us, and then my plan is to enlist somebody who's on the energy and sustainability committee, be the person who works with the spreadsheet. I mean, there'll be an Excel spreadsheet that we'll work with.
Well, I think we should have, I think we should just see the application or something beforehand.
Okay.
I don't think that we do the.
We don't do the
But there should be an
application.
application. You could ask them, and there's got to be an application.
Yeah, I actually probably have. I mean, yeah, okay. I was trying to get this done tonight because the application deadline is July 9th. Well, we started talking about it last meeting, and then if you feel
You said it was 6 months from now.
Yeah, the term of the grant is 2 years, so we probably wouldn't even begin to do anything for 6 months. I mean, that's one of the baseline sets of information for understanding, your progress, is to understand where you start.
Why, I understand the purpose of it. It's just, it's not much time, that's all.
Yeah.
But we don't have to do anything. It's not costing us anything, right? All we have to do is prepare an MOU.
Correct.
Okay.
I may have the application open here, or the OER's offer. But we don't want to do this in this meeting. Go through this go through this is DOR's program opportunity notice.
Does it have to be the select board that?
Well, we just need,
could the advisory committee do it?
Well, no, we need to give approval for the grant to be applied for.
Okay. I mean, you brought it up last time, and so I mean, I don't have a problem voting on it now.
Archie, I mean, do you actually want to see the application?
No, but I just like it just.
Angus, do you have any thoughts?
The timing's unfortunate. I mean, between now and July 15th, we have to process every FY 21 expense, and I got to apply for this ARPA funding in the next 2 days.
Yeah.
We've got to do some transfers from stabilization to general fund. We're cleaning up some things that weren't done properly 3 years ago. I don't know how I'm going to, every single morning, I don't know how I'm going to get done what I have to do that day.
Okay.
So, like we spoke earlier, I have no objection to it.
Yeah.
But a little of this, a little of that.
Yeah, right.
We are at a breaking point. I don't know how many times I need to say that. So, if it's something that.
Can you do it and Angus doesn't ever see?
He can. That's fine. I don't have any problem with that. I don't want to stand in the way of it. But I just need you all to know that running this, just the baseline stuff, just paying the bills and doing payroll, we're not,
I understand, and that's why I've tried to make sure that this, my baseline was to make sure that there was no load from this.
Yeah.
I think the only load is signing an MOU.
I know, but it's like we're behind on 100 different things. Like there's just so much that we're trying to do, and I just work here, so I'm going to do whatever I'm told. But when things start not getting done, I mean, I've been putting in writing since October 2018 that we're doing too much and things get missed when you do too much.
Yeah.
Like I've been crystal clear that my ability to manage this town has to have some ability to control the workflow. I have had zero ability, and because of that, portrayed by some, I guess, as obstructionist, but if anyone looks at what we actually do and compares it to any other small town, it's not as close. So I don't like that narrative. It's not fair or accurate. But, you know, we got.
Okay, so
We got 12 other items on tonight.
yeah, so yeah, we gotta get through this. Yeah, I would move to authorize MVPC to apply for the grant. Angus, I expect that they'll have an MOU that
Oh, I'm
they
sure they
provide
do.
to us.
This is the least of
Yeah,
my worries.
right, okay. Yeah, so I would move that we would authorize MVPC to apply for a DOER grant for development of the greenhouse gas inventory using the tools that's developed by the Metropolitan Regional Planning. All in favor or discussion? All in favor? Aye.
Abstain.
Okay, the next item is review of proposed policy regarding use of portable electric signs. Wayne, thanks for the draft. It was good.
It's good. Conversation started.
I haven't actually seen these in action. I guess I just haven't.
They've been in Amesbury during the clinics there.
Uh-huh.
We have them during our clinics. For every one of our
Yeah, I
clinics, we
just
had it.
didn't happen.
It was really helpful for the paid school because it's so dark there. And
Right.
the number of people who came to the clinic who weren't from around here, they said that I would have drove by 50 times wasn't for those. So we've used it, town meeting, the water restriction that we did. But I mean, I think from day one, when I originally, it says it in the memo, I didn't want it to become nothing against the garden club or anything like that. I didn't want to be a social media advertisement for flag football. That was not the intent of this. So we've been good keeping it from that. So when you said about the policy, I was like, absolutely, we need to do this because we're going to lose control. Someone's going to ask somebody to ask somebody, and it's going to go out without me knowing, and it's going to be flag football tryouts on Sunday, and we're going to lose our mind.
So I don't think my comment would be that even like the annual town meeting, I don't want to advertise it.
I think it should just be public safety. Does that seem right to you?
That's the way I feel, like, because we have an electronic sign and the planning board made it quite clear that they don't even like that. So the idea that we would have two additional ones, not good. I would say that the public safety things that like road closures, yes. The special town meeting, no, unless it was like something really out of under, I don't know, just some extraordinary circumstances. And I would say that the last sentence, any deployment greater than 10 days must be approved by the town manager. I don't want it up for 21 days. It just seems long. Only because we just got so much feedback from the other sign, which is much more visually appealing. We got so much feedback that it does not in keeping with the town, and it's ugly, and so many things. There was so much feedback on that sign. A lot of people liked it, but a lot of people did not. And so now we're putting up more of them, basically, which are much less visually appealing.
So on the first paragraph on the second page, we just strike and may at times be used to inform the community of important local events. Strike part of it and leave the first part.
Because then it would be like the bicentennial something, or important local government events. I don't know, that's too vague.
So then just the message display, these devices must be related to the health and safety of the community?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
So Archie, if it's a public health and safety situation, you're saying that should be 10 days, or can it be extended to 21 days?
I don't know. What is that? That's just my thought.
Was that used for the water ban?
Well, yeah, we did, but I told, because I made up my own policy, I told Mike we'd only do 10 days, so funny he says 10. Because that's what I told Mike was, I said, no, we only do 10 days at a time, and that's come back in. We have to evaluate it after that, so
Yeah,
I didn't
after
tell him.
10 days, I mean, people don't even see it.
Yeah, that's right, and I thought 10 was.
That's what I think.
So he had 2 weeks, we put it on a Monday, we took it the next Friday, we removed it the next Friday out.
Yeah.
And we did it at 8 o'clock in the morning, and it was gone, so.
Great.
I was setting my own policy, because I didn't have one yet.
So then you are the arbiter of this?
Is it?
Well, I program and I get the
Wayne,
keys, so I guess I.
Wayne, is that solar powered or
Yes.
or diesel powered?
Very solar powered, with a big battery in it.
Are you, is it seriously solar?
Yep, it's solar with a battery in the back of it. And it's running on, when we put it out, it ran for 2 weeks and it stayed fully charged. Battery stayed fully
Really?
charged.
Great.
Wow.
We went out 100% and came back 100%.
Great.
Pretty cool.
Wow.
Technology has improved from years ago.
Awesome. Any other changes on this?
Not by me.
Thank you, Wayne.
Okay,
Thanks a lot.
I can fix this up and we could, I'll get to Angus.
So what we'll do, as you know, we've got the select board policies. We can add this to that. It's probably due to have that re-executed by the current board and just repost that. And that way they're all under one cover. So, and I think, once the earlier policy is approved, that would be the vehicle for that too.
Okay.
It's important to have things all in one place because people can't follow policies if they don't know where they are.
Right.
No, it's good.
Okay. Juneteenth and FY22, yeah, FY22.
Items on here.
Right.
A couple of, I think, decision points on this.
Yep. I'm not sure if do we need to get through all this tonight, all regarding the holidays, because that could take up some.
Yeah, you
time.
really don't.
Yeah.
And just, I guess, especially for Wendy as the newer board member, the town never used to do this. I've done this because it's very helpful. And it's helpful to staff and it's helpful to everybody to kind of do the whole year.
Yeah.
So last year's vote did go through this upcoming Independence Day. So the next holiday isn't till Labor Day. So you do have some time. It's good to get it done around the beginning of the fiscal year, but there's no judgment call. The only, I think, obviously Juneteenth is a big question. Another one is always the day after Thanksgiving, and that, will take a while to discuss. And then another one that I think, this year, because Christmas and New Year's Day both happen to fall on a Saturday, recognized on a Friday, does that mean, for instance, that the library, which is open Saturday, that's Friday and Saturday, and what about the fact we normally close Christmas Eve? There's some nuance in here that it won't be a 5-minute discussion.
Right. Yeah.
So,
I'm going to be absent.
This is one of the toughest, and this is exactly why I do it for the whole year.
Yeah.
My first year before we've done this, in the week, 10 or 20 days before every holiday, I was barraged by questions, so I need to know.
Yeah. No, that's what every private company does. Yeah, right.
Year round, these questions. There's no right answer.
Okay, so regarding Juneteenth in particular, do we want to talk about that at all now? Or should we put this whole? I mean, I'll just say I would move that we acknowledge or recognize Juneteenth going forward, in future years. Second. Just to get that one off the table. discussion.
Yeah, I just want to know how it's going to be. I agree. Yeah, observe it. What's the, I need to be uploaded on how it's going to work in terms of before, after, on the day, you know, that whole.
I guess that, it would seem to me that we would want to just follow the way the federal government does it.
I think the question that I have, two things. I think that the vehicle to do this is the personnel policy, because that's what defines what holidays we recognize.
Yep.
So rather than getting into having
Okay.
these off the books votes, I think we need to do it the right way.
Okay.
Which is
Gotcha.
to say,
Makes sense.
and so any amendment to the personnel policy has to be advertised to employees, I believe, 10 days ahead of the vote. And then it has to be unanimous vote. So I would suggest that the right outcome from the motion that you just made would be to notify all employees that the board intends to recognize Juneteenth, that this will be taken up at a vote on such and such date. That way everyone at staff has, you know, and then you vote it that night. But that also gives us a little time, because one of the questions that I have is on this whole issue of qualified part-time. As I think you know, I think that policy is very problematic right now. It's the single biggest source of, you know, complaints we get, that I get from employees.
Yep.
So we need to be clear in adding that policy. Is that now another, you know, another date that people are paid, whether they're scheduled to work or not? Or do we finally take the Band-Aid off and actually tackle that section of the personnel policy while we're at it?
Yeah, okay. So I'm going to withdraw my motion, and what we should do is we should, yeah.
What? I hate it. And in my office, it creates an unbelievable amount of work, that policy has written.
Yeah.
And I've never heard of anything like it. In practice, it's a very strange policy. That could fill up a lengthy
Okay,
discussion.
so I'll withdraw the motion, and we'll.
Well, no, I think
No, let's pick it up and try to cover more in one shot when we do it.
I think that'd be good.
So we should cover, you know, we should add the holiday and figure out how we're going to deal with administration of the holiday to, you know, to the qualified part-time, and, you know, just in general, we should cover the whole thing instead of doing it piecemeal.
I mean, I think if you said you wanted to vote it on one of the August meetings, that gives us enough time and a deadline to work toward for the other issue.
Yeah, I think we should do that and just get it on.
Yeah, that
Okay.
way it's, you know, and yeah. So I think we're scheduled on like
It's the
the
9th,
9th and the 30th.
and the 30th.
You know, I would probably, you know, favor the later one just because it's just so busy.
Yeah, okay.
And, you know, Labor Day is Labor Day. I mean, there's not any judgment call to be made there. So it's not like, you know, voting this week before Labor Day is going to cause any problems, because that is what it is.
Are there any people that would not get paid on Labor Day potentially?
No. The
Just,
policy, this is just, they never used to do this.
No, I know,
Yeah,
but we were
yeah.
talking about the qualified part-time.
Yeah.
Would any of them be impacted if we?
No, right now, they're all paid for every holiday, whether they're scheduled to work or not. But the downside is, if they're scheduled to work, let's say 6 hours on a Monday, they don't get paid for 6 hours, they get paid for a fraction of that. So it's kind of, it gives and takes, and people debate whether on balance they're better off or not, but there's a lot of opinions about that.
Right, so that was my point, I guess. If somebody in that situation could be impacted by a change we make in the policy on Labor Day, then maybe waiting right before Labor Day is not, maybe we should do it earlier rather than waiting.
Well, I guess what I was understand. So you're referring to a meeting, just the addition of Juneteenth. I think before we refer to a meeting, the qualified part-time, you need to have something specific. Like, it's not going to cut it to just say, we're going to look at that section. You want to say, just like we did with bereavement, circulate a red line policy so people see exactly what you're voting. If we're looking at, let's say, August 30th, that gives my office as late as the August 9th meeting. You could propose specific language to be voted on the 30th and still have the 10 days to advertise. Because that's language we need to know exactly what we're proposing. And it will take some thought.
No matter what, somebody's not gonna
That is for sure.
be. It's unsolvable.
Yeah, no, I mean, yeah, it's solvable, but literally, no matter what, somebody's gonna give up something. The way it's set up, I don't think there is a resolution that.
Well, or
somebody
it will
doesn't
be a
give up
perception, because I think
Yeah.
part of, the discontent, I think right now, I think it's a perception issue. I think people actually, if it's applied the way it's written, it's actually, it's not bad, it's not clear the way it's written. And I don't know that it's been enforced consistently over the many years.
Yeah, or interpreted the same way.
Right.
So, okay, so we'll shoot for that for the 30th, but we'll need something then by the 9th.
That's right, yeah.
Okay.
I mean, the Juneteenth will definitely be on for the 30th and regard, just based on tonight.
Okay.
And then the goal will be to also do a more.
Okay.
Which I think is great. I think that aligns with what we talked about of trying to get the personnel policies.
Yep. Yeah. We need to start trying to square away some of the bogeymen there.
Yeah.
Okay. So discussion of the process / timeline for the select board completion of town manager evaluation. Wendy, in general, that all looked good to me. I saw Angus's comments about potentially an additional question.
Yeah, so that was the kind of, there are a couple of points that I wanted to bring up. One question was, should this review be since from the last review to current, or should it just be FY 21? Because we are behind, or the board is behind in Angus's evaluation, so should it cover the entire period since the last evaluation? Which is close to 2 years.
Yeah, I'm not, does it, so that would be a measurement of what had been accomplished, or I guess I'm not.
This is the question that Angus asked, because we were
Yeah.
talking in terms of like, if we're going to reach out to boards and committees, we would want the department chair for the time period that we're looking for.
Yeah.
Or if we were talking about public input, Angus was asking, well, just this past year, or people have dealt with the prior 2 years. So it's just a way to narrow the public input.
Yeah. I mean, it seems to me that it would make sense to just go with the most current year.
Okay.
But there's three of us here, and what are your thoughts, Archie?
Well, I have a lot of problems with it, so finish it.
Okay. Well, it seems to me it would make sense to go with, just the previous year. To narrow the scope a little bit, to make it, and asking people about what happened 2 years ago. I don't know how accurate, their recollections are going to be.
Yeah, agreed. So then the other question that Angus brought up is, are we just looking at performance as town manager, or in comparison to the previous finance director position?
I think that's it. I actually thought of that before I read Angus's comments. So I'm not copying what he said. I actually thought that, like, we're
the world different,
comparing apples and oranges. Yeah.
I guess the question that I raised is, how do you distinguish what it's a structural change in the organization that's really unrelated? We decided to go from a finance director to a town manager form of government, and are we evaluating Angus's performance strictly on his own, or Is some of that because we've changed the government? I think it's gonna be hard to separate out.
It is.
Yeah.
I think, yeah, I think part of why that point was important to me is that not everyone understands that we not only did not increase staffing when I arrived, we actually decreased the number of staff hours, including, my direct assistant, or at least how it was structured back then. So on top of whatever, people envision a town manager ought to be doing, I'm doing a job that prior to me being here for 30 plus years, this town paid someone full-time wages to do that job. I'm doing that job plus everything else. So if people don't understand that, and I think a lot of people probably don't understand that, that's a really fundamental part of my reality the last 3 years, and why this is really not the job I thought I was applying for or accepting.
Right.
So I think there's been a lot of misunderstanding all around, and I don't want to perpetuate that.
So I guess, is this specifically for the public input part of it? Because my intent for this was to just people that you've worked with a lot in the last year. So those people, I would assume, know what you're doing, know the demands.
No.
And is it really relevant if we're asking them, what their experience has been, to know that the prior position or the prior position was a finance director, not a town manager?
I think it is relevant, because if, for instance, if I, seem like I'm kind of rushing a lot, or I don't have a lot of time for people, that's because I'm doing the work. I mean, my day-to-day workload is pretty extreme, and if people don't understand that, they might think I'm terse. Well, if they have my workload and if they were here, here, they probably wouldn't have a lot of time for small talk either.
Yeah.
That's not any reflection on me as an employee. I've been different in this job than any job I've ever had, because I have so much work to do every day. I'm changing my desk. I'm not out and about as much as I would like to be, but that's, I already hardly see my daughter, and my 93-year-old dad who's in the hospital who I'm solely responsible for. I have a lot on my shoulders, and if people don't understand, if they think I stepped into a job that somehow added a full-time position to this organization, that's a fundamental misunderstanding of what took place.
Yeah. I just wonder if a performance evaluation is the right vehicle to educate people about it. I mean, the question that you added was, comparing it to the experience with the prior finance director. And to Rick's point, I don't know that people will really have the framework to compare the two situations if it happens.
Well, I think the answer a lot of people will have is they didn't receive any service from the prior finance director.
Okay.
I think that's instructive.
Okay, I have a problem with public input in general. I don't see how you can possibly just determine members of the public who would write something and who would not. It's like it's impossible. So if you pick somebody, someone else will be slighted. I don't know. That having public input there on that seems to me impossible to do. Because if you pick people, then if Angus picks people, then it'll be picked. The people will say, "Well, Angus just picked those people." Or if someone doesn't get picked, they'll say, "Well, I thought Angus did a great job," or "I thought Angus did a horrible job." But it just seems like an impossible task to pick a random selection of the public to make evaluations. That's my first comment. The second comment is it's going to be anonymous, and so and voluntary. So there's no way, like we didn't. Rick didn't get his reports back on the energy using appliances. So to get the responses back, the responses are going to be people categorically would rather, if it's anonymous and voluntary, then categorically people with an axe to grind will be the ones that will fill in the things. I can't stand this, because those are the people that will be more inclined to fill the form out. So just the fact that it's voluntary and anonymous, it just doesn't, doing that kind of a performance evaluation just doesn't seem correct. Performance evaluations are done by a supervisor talking one-on-one with the person, so that there's some give and take. This is just, I don't know, I don't like the whole format at all. It's like setting up to get negative responses because of what I said. It's anonymous, so people are going to throw brickbats, and the people that would say positive things, there's no incentive for them to do that. The incentive is always for people to, letters to the editor usually aren't the ones that are positive about somebody. It's usually somebody complaining about something. It's just human nature. And so if we're not going to get 100% return from people, and there's no way to make that happen because it's anonymous. So think that through.
Yeah, this is a standard like personnel evaluation process. It's not, the traditional form is the manager employee.
Right.
But a lot of companies and municipalities are moving away from that now. I mean,
but so does it do any good?
Yes. When I did this for the library director, it was anonymous to all the staff. Every single one responded with very positive feedback, some constructive criticism. I mean, it was very successful. So maybe we try it the first year. If it doesn't work and you're right, then we don't do it again. But I think it could give good feedback.
It seems like a time sink, and I don't like it.
Yeah. All right.
I don't know. I think it is an opportunity, to get feedback. I don't think it'll all be bad, Archie. Yeah, sure, there are going to be some people who, who for whatever reason have an axe to grind, but
I think it'd be pretty easy to weed out, the stuff that's just not. We're looking for constructive feedback, and.
But how you say if everything's anonymous, then somebody that on some minor committee that talked to Angus for 5 minutes, their comments are going to be just as weighted as somebody that works with Angus every day. Because it's anonymous, we don't know who it is.
To that point, the first question is do you work daily, weekly, or monthly with the town manager? So I think that's a way to qualify the results.
I think another issue I might have too is that, these are all still public documents.
Right.
So, but that means, someone could write something and then that's what gets published, whether or not it has any veracity or not.
Well, the intent was to gather this and put it in the summary. It's not.
No, but but you can't do that. If you have it, it's a public document. They could demand all of it.
Right, but that's not what the performance evaluation is going to have on it. If somebody wants to come in, they could get, personnel files from anybody, right?
No, not necessarily.
Not personnel files.
Well,
is
some
this a personnel file?
Some things, maybe. I don't know if that aspect of it is made public. That's an interesting question. Certain things in the personnel file absolutely are.
Yeah.
But it's, it's limited. They have to really look at it.
I mean, I said I would look into it. You know, a lot of towns do this right now for town managers. It's considered progressive to get public input, you know.
How do you get it fairly?
So you just, like, I think Angus should pick 5 people that he's worked with a lot. You know, I put down some proposed people that I know have had a lot of interaction with Angus. It's not like a negative thing. It's looking to get feedback. I mean, you know, if maybe next time we pick different people, he's worked with different people, you know, the next year. I mean, it's worth, I think we should try it, you know, if we don't like it and if we don't find it's productive, then we can go back to the old fashioned way, you know? No offense, but.
No, okay.
So Mike, you think the raw information is then public information?
I think it's like a, you know, survey, it could be. Yeah. I mean, there are exceptions to the public. I mean, the idea is that everything is a public document.
Yeah.
Unless you prove it's an exception. And I mean, I'd have to go and look at it. That would be an issue that we'd have to kind of investigate, because certain things in the personnel file, personal information, it isn't a personnel file that's exempt, it's personal information. And the question, would this be considered personal information?
Would the evaluation form itself be considered personal?
No. The evaluation is public.
Well, I mean,
I think we should think about it all a little bit more. You know, I don't think we want to get bogged down at 11:15.
yeah, my concern is I just, you know, if we don't, you know, I put a proposed schedule in there, which
Yeah.
Angus, you know, says is ambitious, and it is, but I want to avoid having this evaluation finally happen 2 months before the annual town meeting, which is when this evaluation is supposed to happen.
Yeah.
So, I mean, one option is to just not do this now and be ready to do it when it's due, but then, you know, then he's gone 2 whole years without something that he's contractually, you know, that we are contractually obligated to provide.
Yep.
So we don't have to resolve it tonight, but I, you know, if we don't make some decisions, it's not gonna happen.
Okay. Why don't we take it back up? I don't know, I mean, we're already pushing all these things off to the next 2 meetings or next 3 meetings. Yeah, I thought the timeline was very aggressive. But that's, you know, I guess.
But I'm the one doing all the compiling and everything.
Yeah.
The staff or public, I mean, that's the 15-minute, it's not, these 4 questions, it's not a, you know, big effort.
Right, I understand.
I realize the next 2 weeks
so-
are busy for
Yeah.
some of the departments, so.
Yeah. So the question is, then when do we want to take this back up?
Yes.
So next meeting, well, Archie, you're going to be, if you're able to get a signal, you know.
Well, my opinion's not gonna change.
Yeah, okay.
So you would prefer to just do like the traditional manager employee review? Right?
Yes.
And do you
And
have feedback?
for a lot of reasons, but not the least of which is that the time commitment of this is substantial.
So did you have a chance to look at the template that was in the packet last week? That would be the traditional evaluation. Are you okay with that?
I don't have a problem actually with these with this template even. Those are questions are okay. The whole process is, to me, way too many people in waiting, subjectively weighting someone's comments. Well, we think this person worked a lot with them, but we don't know who it is, or I don't know. That just seems how do you do a good scientific, if you're trying to do like a real study here, the information is not going to be good if you don't know where it's coming from. There's no way to know to know that.
Yeah.
Somebody that a part-time person that works 3 hours a week, their opinion, it would be hard to differentiate it from someone else's opinion. I don't think that's good statistically.
So is it an option perhaps to just have the board do the performance evaluation this time around because we're late, and then talk about the 360 type model for the next evaluation next April or whenever the town meeting is? It sounds like you're not going to be convinced anyway.
No, I'm not, you know, like, I don't understand, like, an evaluation with, we're talking like 50 people here.
So the way it's
But
done,
how are you gonna like evaluate comments from 50 people?
you just look for trends. I mean, it's not as complicated as it sounds. If you don't think it's productive, I get that. Yeah. So does it make sense for us to do the evaluation just so that we do it because,
That would
it is
probably,
an obligation that we need to
yeah,
fulfill.
yeah, no, that would, yeah, I mean, we have to, one way or another, we need to do it, so, and we've got so much else on our, well, Angus, you've got more, but we've got so much on our plate that, we need to do relatively expeditious.
Yeah. So if we're going to do that, can it be done by the next meeting? I mean, I'll send out the form that I already sent out in draft form, just finalize that.
Sure, is
Okay.
that good for you, Archie?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then, so would the intent be to send it to Angus to review, or, I mean, probably it's easier if the 3 input forms get summarized, or do you want to just send individual forms to Angus? How did you do it before? I mean, if you're going to discuss it in a public meeting, we'd better have a summary document, right?
Sure, let's do a summary document. Yeah.
But who's gonna do that?
I mean, I can compile them if you want. I mean, I feel like a little bit like I haven't been on the board for the last year. I don't know if it's even appropriate for me to be doing the evaluation for Angus, so I could compile, your input if you want. So I have a little on it, but I don't know what you think about that. I mean, if it has a plan, if you want to participate.
No, I don't think that makes sense now.
No, I think you should participate.
Okay, all right.
Okay, so you'll send that out
Send it out, and then, I mean, customarily, you would share it with the evaluee before the meeting.
Yeah.
So we would need to schedule when we're going to send it to Angus by, so he has a chance to absorb it before we discuss it.
Okay, okay.
And we had talked, I think, initially about a self-evaluation being.
I was thinking you would complete the same form that we are. Does that make sense?
It makes sense. I just,
We don't have the time.
I mean, the next 2 weeks, the line item transfers alone, I don't know if you understand that I have to go through every line of the budget. And I mean, I'm the finance director. It is an unbelievable amount of work.
Okay, let's keep going. Let's keep going.
So I'm just.
I mean, this is the single busiest time.
Yeah.
No, I'm agreeing. It's 11:30 at night. Let's
But
go.
after all of that, to propose something with a 2-week turnaround, it's just like, I just don't feel that I'm being heard. I really don't feel that.
I'm trying to respect the fact that you haven't had a review in over a year. So
We had months of contract negotiations and entered a new 3-year contract.
I wasn't here for that. So.
Well, I understand that, but
That's a fact.
it's a fact. It's not like there was
Okay.
discussion of comments. I mean, I wrote that up. I didn't know it was in the memo.
All right, well, I'll stop pushing. I mean, I'm ready to do the legwork or whatever you need me to do to make this happen, but I don't want
Okay, let's move on, and I'm sure we'll get back to this topic. Ironically, discussion of select board meeting length and frequency. So how do we fix this? Angus, you had an interesting, when we talked the other day, you know, the idea of a consent agenda for certain items, certain repetitive items. That's interesting. I guess we'd have to figure out what would fit into that.
what does that mean?
The consent agenda is when you have repetitive items that that could be combined into essentially one agenda item, one motion, and they're done.
I don't think we've had anything on tonight.
You're right.
Minutes is the most typical
Yeah.
one, but
Yeah.
sometimes, acceptance of committee reports, appointments, that are routine, and basically anybody on the board, anything that's on the consent agenda will go with a single motion, second vote, but anyone on the board can pull anything off the consent agenda, kind of like you flag with the line item budget review that you flag it. So anyone can pull it off the consent agenda, but it allows us to put, as we design the agenda, that take things that are really routine and just have it be a single vote. It can save a little time.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to save a lot, but it could save a little.
Yeah.
So what would the impact be to me 3 times a month instead of 2 times?
Well, I know, I mean, this is something that I think we discussed before you were on the board. Not that particular way. Actually, what we discussed was the possibility of reducing the number of meetings because of the prep time that's required by Angus in his office, and trying to figure out a way so that Angus and his office have more productive time to do all the other stuff they have to do, as opposed to putting out a large preparation packet for us, for the select board, and so obviously having more frequent meetings would be completely counter to that.
Well, but it's the same material. It would just be spread over more meetings than 2.
No, it'll get long, and it'll be even longer. Those meetings will be long.
All right, this does not seem very productive.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know that, like, after about 10 o'clock, after sitting here for 5 hours, I don't know that
Right.
I'm at my best.
Right.
May I suggest that you might have a tentative meeting date for which you don't have to do any work? So basically, is that so you have a meeting, and then if you don't finish it, you go to the next meeting.
Is that allowable?
Well, you just republish it, but basically, so you got to item O, the next one, so he doesn't have to prepare a new packet, because you've already got the packet.
Right.
He just has to prepare a new meeting notice that starts at O. So you don't have to feel, I mean, the difficulty there is that, obviously it costs a night. It's time, but at least it would not make a new package, which is very time consuming.
Right.
And very, it's just it's by tentative. You get through all the agenda and you don't have to do it,
So you just set like a time limit, if we're not done by 10.
Whatever the board decides.
Yeah. What do you think about that?
There's only one left, so you're not gonna.
It's been the meeting minutes is an issue, because if there's a meeting, an executive session, that's 2 sets of minutes, and if the board meets, 40 times a year, that's 80 sets of minutes, and that is a not insignificant. We put a lot of things on the agenda that there's no action item. We put it on the agenda to talk, but there really, just to look at it kind of hard nosed, there really isn't outcome. I think one approach would be to put things on the agenda that require a board vote. I mean, we spend a lot of time talking about things that are either my or a department head's responsibility. It's a very different form of government than, we spend a lot of time talking, and we don't focus on the things that are action items, and that's a different way to think about it. I think right now over the years, I've had a lot to do with many other committees. I guess maybe that's reducing, I'm not sure. But, it's not like these are my only night meetings. I've been to probably, easily over 100 night meetings a year for the 3 years I've been here. So adding meetings is not just, the prep time, it's one more.
Right, no, I understand that. And sometimes it's better to have one long meeting than 2 short.
Yeah, but I agree. I mean, it's, we've been starting executive sessions at 5:30, so we're all 6+ hours into it.
Yeah.
I mean, that's not productive.
Right.
One way or the other,
Right.
we have to find a way to either have more meetings or reduce meetings. I mean, we had set the schedule for the whole summer, and then people have different, travel plans or whatever that they kind of planned around that. So I've assumed we'll add meetings. So I don't think we're going to get through the Labor Day. We always have meetings. But like my first year, we had 42 meetings. That was part of it. I was just on a treadmill the entire year, between preparing and following up, because it's easily half a day, if not the better part of the day after the meeting to follow up on everything that happened after the meeting. It's just, if I was just the town manager, I'd be all for it. But because I'm the full-time finance director, there's a breaking point.
Okay, we're doing exactly what we're trying not to do. We're talking to death. I'm trying to be, I'm seem to be the cranky old man. I know.
That's fine.
I know, but
That's good, Archie.
we have to stop talking at a certain point and move on.
Okay.
But we didn't resolve anything. I mean, so this will just keep happening,
Having more meetings, trust me, we'll have a meeting on Thursday just to talk about one thing. And then I look at the agenda and there's 4 things, because 3 more, because people know, the selectmen are having a meeting on Thursday. We got to get these other 3 things on there too. Trust me, it expands it to fit the void. If we have an extra meeting, that one will add stuff. Sure as I'm sitting here.
You're right.
That's what happens.
Right, yeah. Every time we have a special meeting for one item, then.
I mean,
Three
it's
more things
maybe
come
it's just like a way to, like a pressure release valve. Maybe I have a standing, between each meeting, I have a standing time with each board member, which if it's a contained amount of time, like an hour, I could do. But I mean, you and I met for almost 3 hours to put this agenda together.
Yep. And
it was time well spent. We had a lot of good discussion, but that was 3 hours out of my day on Thursday before I even started preparing the packet. I can't afford those kinds of, I have a lot of work to do.
Right.
A lot of work every day. All be documented.
Yeah.
Sometimes I just want to do that. I just want to print my sentinel. You can see what I do every day. Good employee.
No, I think we're convinced of that.
I don't know if you are convinced of that. It sure doesn't feel that way. It hasn't felt that way for the last couple of months.
Okay, moving on to the, I think we just go, what are we going to discuss about the townwide comprehensive plan tonight? I don't think we're going to get anywhere in discussion of that. It's something that at least some of us believe we should proceed with at some point, but it's not a simple process. And at 11:33, unless somebody has something they want to offer in particular.
maybe that could be an extra meeting a month that Angus doesn't have to prepare for or even come. It's just a discussion among the select board members. Is that an option? To release him of, I mean, I know.
It affects my ability to do my job. I mean, under the Town Manager Act, I cannot miss a select board meeting without the board's approval. It's therefore inherent to my job to support this board. If this board starts meeting without me present, I can't really do my job. I know you want to try to work around me, but.
No, I'm trying to not put an extra burden on you.
But it shouldn't be, it's not about one person. It's about the structure of this government. It relies too heavily on too few people. And instead of focusing on solving that problem and doing the hiring that we're trying to do, I mean, do you think I've made any progress on like scheduling interviews for the employees we're trying to hire, just the day-to-day things it takes to run this town? I mean, how much time in the course of a week do you think I have? But that's my job. I have to do that. But week after week, it's pushed aside for any number of other things that are objectively less important and less time sensitive.
Well, one of the things I want to resolve is the whole disagreement between what you thought the job was and what it actually is. But there's no way we can even approach doing that with everything else. I mean, there's some long-term things that we need to address, and it's just not going to happen. So I guess we just keep revisiting this, but I feel like if we keep putting out fires, we're never going to make any progress towards making it better for you.
I mean, it's not about, I hate that this has become so personalized because it's about this form of government. You drop someone else in this seat, they're going to have the same problems. It's not a personal thing.
No, I don't mean you personally. I mean the position you're in. But you're right. Anybody else would be in the same position.
Okay.
Can we do Wayne's stuff so he doesn't have to? He's here for X, right? Oh,
yeah, no, we're going to black.
Which were you with?
I'm X for the mowing, we're going to update the mowing.
Okay. Oh, there, yeah.
Conversation we had with some people.
Yeah. So Wayne, what would you think if there was sort of an advisory group that worked with you to try to develop a plan, for handling different fields and so I think that was a very productive time spent last week. After you left, we walked around other fields and we just saw, actually, I just walked around two additional fields. And, it's an eye opener understanding what's happening in the fields. And it isn't because of the DPW, it's because of what's happening around us, mowing, a change in mowing plan alone isn't necessarily going to do it. And I don't know what is going to solve the problem. But, part of it is just trying to for everybody to understand what's actually happening to our fields, to the fields that, the DPW is doing the best they can to maintain. The invasive plants are coming in from the edges and basically taking the fields over. So, I'm just wondering if it would make sense for, there'd probably be 3 or 4 people that would meet with you at some point regarding, regarding individual fields, trying to understand or develop a strategy for individual fields.
Yeah, I mean, that's fine. I mean, my main point is, I don't care personally when we mow, when we don't mow.
Yeah.
Logistically, we'll make it work. The problem we have, we'll have the limitations. So if we come up with, we don't want to mow for every 3 years, we won't.
Yeah.
If we're not going to mow for every 3 years, then we eliminate mowing. We don't need equipment to mow.
Right.
After the first year. So, I mean, there's some of the stuff that's pretty cut and dry. If somebody's asking us to mow later in the season, we've already said that we love doing late mowing later in the season. So I think we're almost there. I think we're there. we get some comments from people, but I think we're almost to a point where we got a schedule that practical, reasonable within staff time and being a little eco-friendly. I mean, we're limited, obviously. We don't want the field to go untouched.
Yep.
So you got like a season or two. I mean, we have to touch it sooner or later, or we lose it. And we don't want to lose it, I assume. None of the stuff that we're mowing. we want to
Right,
lose.
yeah.
That's why we're mowing.
Right,
We don't want to
exactly.
lose it.
Yeah.
So the question is, do we mow in October or November? Do we mow it in the spring or we wait till November? This stuff is pretty cut and dry. If people give us the direction of what they want, we'll get back to what we think works and what doesn't work. So it's not that tough.
Yeah.
It's the updates that I gave you the other day, just updates of what I was recommending. We did just some more conversations we had. That could go to the committee and just talk about that. It doesn't sound, I mean, it might be a one visit, one conversation we have.
Yeah, I don't think it has to be an ongoing thing. Just get the plan.
Unless things change that we
Yeah.
decide that, we got rid of all the invasives at Bolton Street, but
Yeah.
that thing fell apart on us. That was a fiasco, but
Yeah.
what's the chances, right? So that's fine.
So who would you envision being part of that?
Well, I mean, there ought to be
Open space.
somebody from open space, maybe a couple of people from open space. And probably somebody from Molly was there the other day. I think about who else, what other boards or committees, would it make sense? Is there anybody on the planning board who would be interested? I don't know, but I'm not sure if they'll really have input. I mean, I think really Concom and open space are the ones who are going to have the most input.
And somebody from the select board?
Yeah, and somebody from the select board.
Try to get the best value out of it. It's not
Right.
opinion-based group. It's more of a value-based group.
Right.
Most value to get.
Yeah, right. Yeah,
I think that's a good
I look at it as we're protecting an asset. And I mean, we spent millions of dollars on open space, and much of that value was because of perceptions of fields. If we're not maintaining that and it effectively goes away.
That's fine. We can, I mean, again, I think it's one or two meetings, once we develop a plan, we go with the plan.
Yeah.
Until something changes.
Yeah.
No problem.
Okay, great.
So we'll just.
Well, yeah, I mean, I'll be back to you. about that. Okay, great.
Yeah.
Thanks, Wayne.
Yeah.
Sorry to keep you for the last 3 hours for the meeting minutes.
All in favor?
Yeah. That sounds good.
Well, yeah, I mean, there were several like missing words and typos and stuff. Do we hear about that?
Yeah, I saw that kind of stuff, and I decided I wasn't going to dive in there because I knew it was going to be late.
Yeah, I just feel like this is the representation of our meeting.
Yeah.
I mean, we don't have to do it now, but
Actually, there was one vote, I believe, that was wrong. Give me 20 seconds here.
Angus, if there's just like typos and that kind of thing, can that be communicated? I mean, do you make the corrections or does it go back to the person that prepared?
I don't read them.
I'm just wondering if we wanted to correct them.
Yeah.
What would the process be? Send it back to whoever?
Yeah, just send it back to Jenny. She can build in, and then we could put a red line version or just a corrected version in the packet. And the board could vote, as amended, or it could be sent around to everybody, and then you just vote it as amended.
Should we do that?
Yeah, that sounds like a good plan.
Let's
That's, yeah.
just make our own edits and send it to Jenny.
Sounds great.
I think
so-
it's not, in the long term, it's not gonna probably be Jenny's job, but it's an intermediate term.
Yes, so I think the new town clerk position that was included in the job description. Yeah, right. Yeah. Yeah, so that'll be good. Yeah, so I guess I'll just have to mark up hard copy because, I have a PDF and hard copy. I can't mark up a PDF, but that's fine.
Bloody hell, I can't find it. Yeah, but I know I really marked on it, but.
Okay, so we'll do that then for them. So we're not voting or approving them now, I guess. Okay. I guess, did you want to handle the updates?
Sure. So, yeah, since the board spoke 2 weeks ago on the intent to authorize joint legal representation with Merrimack on an MOU for shared conservation agent last week, the Merrimack Select Board voted the same motion. So the next step is to get an MOU in place. If, taking longer than anyhow, nothing simple. So I don't have a draft yet.
In the packet, I think looked like the select board they didn't have any. I mean,
everyone's on board with working together. But now we need to actually have an MOU that is going to be the vehicle to work out any of the substantive issues. Wages, how's the hiring decision going to be made? How's personnel oversight going to take place in the event of any disagreement between the towns on, say how the employee is doing, how that is going to be handled. There are some tricky issues, so we want to get to the table as quick as we can. Part of my objective is to have a tight enough group on our end that just scheduling the meeting to talk about these things. That we don't just lose a week or two here and there, and that's kind of what's happened so far. Contrasted with other jobs I've had.
So the group here currently, besides you, who else is?
So there's kind of a working group of the Concom.
Yep.
So although with this MOU, it's been more keeping you guys. There hasn't been, I've talked with the finance director in Merrimack of just identifying some of the issues.
Yep.
But getting to where multiple parties on both sides of the river agree on all of that. I think if we had a single meeting, we could put it all together.
So how long can Jay help us out?
He's spent far fewer hours than when it was his job. It's not taking anywhere near 20 hours a week. So I think as long as the time commitment remains workable, he and I met about a week and a half ago. He indicated that he doesn't have any immediate term plan to disappear. I know Judy's been doing more of the writing of things for the commission, and that's helped with his workload. But I don't want to pretend we have all kinds of time, but I don't think there's an imminent deadline. If there is, I'm not aware of it.
Have they posted the job yet?
No, we can't post the job right now. We don't have a formal agreement to post it. We don't know what the wage structure is going to be. This. So.
And Jay's, he's given his formal notice to Merrimack, and it's August 31st.
Right.
Yeah.
Time is of the essence.
Yeah.
We got to get this thing posted ASAP.
Yeah.
And he's not doing any of the land agent stuff, right?
I don't have a lot of insight into what he's doing day to day.
It seems pretty unlikely.
That probably is going to have to wait.
Yeah.
I think he's just doing the bare minimum.
Okay.
As far as the ARPA money, I've got to file something with the state in the next day and a half on that. Basically, we put in our claim on the funds, which for West Newbury are a bit over $400,000. $493,408. So we will put a hold
Does that
on
include school stuff or no?
Well, it's not really clear. There's a lot of guidance. I think it's going to be similar to CARES, where if it's eligible, we can fund it. So just like we did with CARES, we entered into a separate basically a sub-grantee agreement. Kentucky, I think we would have the same ability to do that if we.
No, but that isn't in that.
I haven't seen what the school things.
Okay.
I know one thing that's eligible is obviously infrastructure, which is a big opportunity, especially with water. It's clearly eligible. Costs associated with implementing the police reform are eligible. So some of the funds that we added to this year's budget or this coming year's budget to account for police reform, we may not need to expend locally if we can pay them federally. But there's a pretty steep learning curve on this, and a lot of the agencies, including the Department of Treasury, still haven't issued the guidance yet. They're all still trying to figure out exactly what's going to work. But we will lock in our claim to our money, and we don't need to report on the actual uses until October 31st. So we will have some time to.
Do the uses have to be completed by October?
No. Actually, the timeline for completion is the end of December 2024.
So water is involved. So could that be applied for? I know we talked a month or so ago. There was potential engineering work for Church Street upgrade.
Yeah. I talked to Mike Rute on that last week, and it's going to be a substantial cost to do the engineering for that project.
Yeah.
It could be approaching 6 figures just for the engineering. So he's asked me to put a placeholder on the fall town meeting warrant for funding for engineering for that.
Yeah. But if this ARPA money is
that would be terrific.
Yeah.
But that'll be a policy decision when the time comes of how much of that to put toward enterprise expenses versus general funds.
Yeah.
We just need the time to learn.
Yeah. Seems like long term that the enterprise should just be absorbed as part of town government, and it's bigger.
All right, I have two things that came in on the select board email.
Okay.
I need just some guidance on. One
Okay.
is a damaged mailbox that is continuing from 2018. I connected with Wayne and he remembers it. It's the crane neck. So apparently it was dropped. The select board was going to come up with a policy for whether to replace mailboxes that were damaged by plows, and it just kind of got dropped.
That was 2018?
Yeah.
Okay.
It wasn't actually dropped. Staff drew up a policy. We brought it forward to multiple meetings. The board chose to not adopt the policy.
That's what I meant.
Okay, just to be clear.
Yeah.
Staff didn't drop it. That's fine.
No, I don't think I said.
I just
that.
want the record to be clear. That's all.
So I talked to Wayne today and he sent me a copy of what he had drafted. So if this is all right with you, I'll pick it up and put something in final form to be voted on the next meeting.
Sure.
Yeah. Okay. The other, quite a few people responded to my email about reaching out to the select board. So another one was the people.
About what?
I sent out, with the new select board email address.
Okay.
It would be clerk, and so I just did an email blast. Jenny helped me with it last week to say if you have questions or concerns. So people have reached out. But one, I'm not sure how to deal with the people that live on the other side of the parking lot where the senior citizens live. They have some concerns about the van parking there, the grounds aren't being maintained, the dumpsters are overflowing. So I just want to know, I'm happy to take it on, but I need to know.
It's my job to handle those things. I would appreciate it if you were forward so I could do my job.
All right.
Angus, you would also send out an email. Was there anything else, Wendy? Okay. You sent it, there was a update to the wage.
Yes.
Yeah.
If you're inclined, I would love to get that.
Let's get it out of
Yeah,
the way.
yeah.
Where does that put her in the range? I guess I'm just wondering if that puts her outside of her grade.
Great. So here's, that's it, the vote, simply.
Yeah. Okay.
So
Yeah.
what's gonna be a point?
Uh,
I'll tell you, Jeff.
Okay.
Okay.
Just to be clear, I was not consulted on the front end before this wage change was.
Yeah, that's very soon.
I wrote a 4-page memo, but I just sent you a 1-page. A lot of others. So I believe that's a grade 5 position, right?
Yeah.
The high end of grade 5 is 2794 in the new year.
So she's still within.
Yeah. I did do a comparison of, how it fits with other administrative positions in the town. And, I wrote up all of that, but it doesn't seem, I don't know the upside of going into all of that.
So does the offset that water pays the town and stuff change now, or?
It should.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know. I don't like the topic. It's too broad.
Okay, just ask.
Well, I think it would, theoretically, if the rationale for the increase is that what's being taken on by the water department, which I think is debatable.
Okay.
Then that would actually justify a reduction in that.
That's what I mean, yeah.
Okay, well, so.
At the end of the day, the water commission sets the rates. They've been, they built this into their budget.
This is their call. It's not really our.
Well,
We have to approve it though.
They would contest that. There's a history here. But it's just not the. I don't know how productive it is.
But we do need to vote on it, right? Is that what you're asking?
In my opinion, wages are subject to the select board's approval, and the select board has voted, for instance, on library wages where that board has asked for the board when it's done the right thing.
Okay.
I don't know the water.
Right, so regardless of what the water commissioners think, we can move and.
Yeah,
And
that's
vote,
been
and-
how it's been done.
Right. Okay. Okay, so I would move that we revise the FY22 wage rate for the water administrative assistant from $25.73 an hour to $26.76 an hour.
Second.
Discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
So are there any other departments that could just make an increase like that without going through you?
Maybe the library.
Yeah, I think the library could. I don't think they're inclined, they understand that under the legislation, wages have to be voted by this board. But I I think it would help if everybody was clear on the form of government, because there's a lot of pushback that my office gets on just trying to do what the statute says is actually my office's job.
Okay, I think we're through the agenda and add-ons. Move we adjourn.
You get a second,
Some kind of approach. We're not in the correct day.
Right. Well, we are for another 20 seconds.
11:58.
Oh, okay. Second, all in favor?
All in favor? Aye.